me set up my camera here, my phone. It is the wee hours of the morning. I can't sleep. I'm sleepless in FIBdiggity. So I thought I might as well get up and do some art. I have plenty to do. So let me set things up over to the side here so I can see if folks come in. There we go. Top messages, I think it's just me in here. Oh, it's Angie. Hi, Angie. Are you awake too? Are you awake too, Angie girl? I'll tell you. What is it with this sleeping thing yet? Let me set up my quality on my... Yeah. Well, I just thought I'd get up and do some art because I have a lot to do. Let me fix my chair. My poor chair. Okay. Oh. So, I thought... Hi, Angie. I think you're the only one in here. I thought I would work on my Society by Dear Collector. I'll come back to the journal cover. It is all dry and it's not warped anymore. It was only warped when it was wet. But since it's dried, I'm going to have to sand a bit of it because it's got some little sharp points on it that just from the tissue paper that's dried. So we'll come back to that. What I want to do is I want to talk about Society of Idea Collector. Hi, Nina. You're sleepless too? How are your eyes? You're having another eye procedure done, aren't you? Okay. I might have to zoom in a bit if I can for this part because you are going to be able to see the smaller. I've been playing a lot with my printer, getting it going. What I want to do is bind this little scribble journal that I'm using to follow Dee Dee Willingham on her Society of the Idea Collector. Angie says, I can't sleep, Mary. I have to have eye surgery. I don't know when. Oh, you too, Angie? Oh, my goodness. Angie. Oh, my goodness. I don't know what to say anymore. Let's see if I can zoom in a little. Is that too much? There, maybe. So this is a scribble journal that I'm using when I followed Dee Dee Willingham with her Society of Idea Collectors videos that she started on January 6th. And I had to catch up to, I got in there a little late, but I watched the last half, and I'm tabbing it up here, but I want to bind this. And I want to bind it coptic style. I've got 5 signatures, and let me tell you, I do 15 of these little quarter pages each session. It seems like there's a lot to remember, but I need something for the cover, and I thought that what I would do is take one of these parchment papers, because I didn't use all of those. I think I'll use one of these gold ones, because it's pretty. And let me set that aside over here. And I only need this. I've been sorting and cleaning, kind of organizing. It's an ongoing task. And of course, I went to Rebecca Will's sale this afternoon and put my foot in deeper. Oh, but she has a lot. She's got a lot of neat stuff. All right, so let's see. This measures should be about 4 1/4. Well, 8 1/2 and 8 1/2 is 4 1/4. But if I make my cover 4 3/4, I think, because that'll give me some extra. And then I'm going to measure from here to the top of this, which is 6. So maybe 6 1/2 by 4 3/4. 6 1/2 this way by 4 3/4, and 4 3/4 would be 9 1/2, I believe. 3/4 and 3/4 is 1 1/2, and 4 4 is, yeah, 8, so it'd be 9 1/2. Mina says, they reattached my retina. What are they going to do to you, Angie? Mina says, Angie, I had surgery last Wednesday. It's healing slowly. It's very red. It looks like a werewolf's eye. Oh, Mina. But it's getting better every day. Well, that's good, Mina. We'll keep you in our hearts and prayers for good healing. And you too, Angie. She says, Mina, that's good. The lady eye doctor told me if it didn't work, then I could go blind. It has me worried. Oh, Angie. Angie said, I thought this year was going to be good. I guess I was wrong. Huh. Well, we don't want you going blind, Angie. That sounds pretty serious to me. Did she say what it was? Let's see. So I need lengthwise, I think I said it's 6 1/2. Let me measure this again. Measure 4 times, cut 4 times. Yeah, 6 1/2 should do it. 6 1/2 by 4 1/4. 4 1/2. Give it plenty of room. I can always cut it down. So 6 1/2 this way. All right. It's good to see you guys, though. You're in my heart and prayers. Let's see, there's 6, 7. I think 6 1/2 is, I think that's 6 1/4. I think this is 6 1/2 right here. Pretty close. And there goes my ruler. Down on the floor. And it bounces. And I think I said 4 1/2 this way. And I'm going to cut 2 of these at 4 1/2. I don't want it to fold. 4 1/2 and 4 1/2. That's good. So these will be my covers, and that will give me plenty of wiggle room, which I'll need. 6 1/2 might be a little much. Well, no, because I'm having tabs in there. I can always cut it down. Do I want to cut it down a little? I think I'll cut it off a 1/4. Just a teeny bit too big for me. Oops, there goes the gripper. I was using that gripper the other day to get things out from behind my computer desk. Hi, Lori Beth. Lori Beth, I'm sure glad you popped in. I want to know, I wanted to ask you personally if you sent me a Facebook request. I haven't deleted it yet. I was waiting until I saw you in one of the chats. I'm kind of trying to be careful who I accept on Facebook. And you're perfectly okay, but I want to make sure that people I'm accepting are people who really sent me the requests. So just say yes or no, yes I sent it, or no I didn't. Hi Marguerite, welcome in. It's good to see you too, Marguerite. You ladies on the West Coast, I think. Angie says you did send it. Okay, I will go ahead and accept it then. Thank you so much for your patience with me. I just wanted to wait until I could get a real live person confirmation. So now I think I'm just going to do 3 coptic stitch here, and let's do a of course I have stuff out here that stacked up to the high heavens. I just want a piece of paper that's not good paper. Come on. Just give me a piece of scratch paper without having me to jump up. And this will work. This is part of a book. I just want to mark in here. I suppose I should cut it with the trimmer, but I've already put the trimmer away. And I just want to make a template. Now this is not my Society of Idea Collector book. This is the little scribble journal that I use when I'm listening to Dee Dee and I'm writing down things I want to remember, which is just about every other word that she says. Not quite. She was fun to listen to today. She had her daughter Denise there, and they were they were fun to listen to, going back and forth. Dee Dee kept saying, I thought you wanted to hear this. I thought you wanted to hear this. I'm going, that's just like a daughter, isn't it? All right. So I think I'm just going to kind of, this is 6 inches. No, it's 6 1/4, oh, it's actually 6 1/2. Well, we're going to forget the half. We'll just kind of move it down like that. And we're going to put one every, let's see, let's put one in the center, one here, and one here. So one here, and one here. And I actually wanted to mark that in the, I kind of goofed that. Let's put it, lines going this way. And I need the center of my notes, which is right here. So I'm going to draw a line there, and a draw a line there. And luckily I've only got 5 little signatures, and they're just for me. So I'm going to poke a hole here, here, and here. And I might have to do more than one of these before Dee Dee's done. I don't know. Was that where I made my mark? I think it was. So here, here, and here. Uh-oh, did I have that right? Yeah, I think I did. And Marguerite says, hi, Sherry Dan. Hi, Sherry Dan. Goldie's here. Hi, Goldie. You ladies. Sleepless and FIBdiggity. Sleepless and FIBdiggity. I tell you, I tried 3 or 4 times to turn out that light, and I go, okay, I'm tired now. I can go to sleep. And I sat there. I laid there. And so I got up and I did something, and then I said, okay, I'm tired. I can go to sleep now. I turned out the light, settled in. My eyes were just wide open. So finally, after several times of that, I said, I'm just going to get up. I'm just going to get up and go at it. So that's what I'm doing. I'm going to work on Society of Idea Collector because Dee Dee's got me all inspired. And I'm going to work on my contents and tabs, and I'm going to bind this little scribble journal that I'm going to keep at my desk. And then I'm going to work on the cover a little bit more. I put the paper mache in the freezer to keep it soft and pliable. Sounds counterintuitive, but when it thaws out, it'll be soft. And I was going to get out, I have some extra modeling clay. And I know right where it's at, I know where it's at. When I reached in to get it about a half an hour ago, it wasn't modeling clay, it was plaster of Paris. Oh, dear me. Okay, so this one, I'm going to put about here, here, and here. And when I poke this hole, I'll poke it through both of them. So that's what I'm going to do next, is poke the holes. And here I am holding on to this cigar box that has, I thought I might work on these too. These are little fussy cut images that I have matted for journaling and cards and tags and stuff like that. I'm keeping them in this cigar box. And I'm holding on to it because it's over here on my cart. Reach over here and get my awl. And I'm just going to poke some holes here. And this does not have to be beautiful. If I find an image I like, I'll put it on the front here. Maybe something with a brain. And this one I'm going to turn on the inside. So then I want to poke these. And some gals, when they do this pamphlet binding, they will put it in a book. I don't bother to do that. I just do it right in my hand here. But if you want to be accurate about it, you would put it in a book and then bind down that way. But I just go at it this way. And hopefully these will all match up. They may not. If they're crooked, they're crooked. And I'll just use it crooked because it's just a scribble journal. So there's one. Actually, that's my full one. That's 2 weeks worth. Two, three. So there's two. Hi, Lady True. Welcome in. It's good to see you. Lori Beth says, hi, Kitty. Hi, Kitty Jen. I didn't see you. I got you. West Coast ladies and Lady True, are you from New Zealand or Australia? She says, I too have an eye problem. I had treatment today, so still hence awake until CBT 50 kicks in. Well, I'll tell you, I had cataract surgery, it's been a couple years now in my left eye. And I don't envy you guys because cataract surgery for most people is just, it's something minor. I'm going, it's earth-shattering. It's a major surgery for me. The lady, I was seeing if I couldn't get Part A Medicare for it because Part A Medicare will pay for some surgeries, but they have to be major surgeries, the lady said. And I said, you mean operating on an eye is not major? She just couldn't argue with that one, but she said, well, it's the rules. So I couldn't convince her. That will just about all be paid for, though, that bill. Thank goodness. I just got a couple months left to pay on that one. And then I got another bill to tackle. My brake job. Brake job was done, what, this summer, this spring? My brother helped me out on that, and I'm paying him back. He was good about helping me pay for part of it. But I have to pay him back. Of course. Of course. And by all rights, he shouldn't have to pay for my car repairs if I can pay for it. If I can go to all these sales and buy stuff, I can. But he was good about, if he didn't do that, I couldn't go to the sales like Rebecca's sale today. Let's see, who else am I missing? Sherry Van is here. Marguerite, Angie, Mina, Lady True, Lori Beth, Nina. Did I say Goldie? Mary, it's the full moon tonight. The fibs are howling. Woohoo! Are our howls like yoo-hoo? All right. The fibs are out. The fibs are out. Now I think I have to start at the bottom. I want to make sure I have all my holes in alignment here, and I do for the most part. It isn't going to be a perfect bind. And I'm leaving room at the top for about a 1/2 inch tab here. They're not going to all be a 1/2 inch, but this first one is a 1/2 inch. So I'm going to start here at the bottom, and I'm going to use, I think I said I was going to use this one, because which one? Yeah, it's this one. And I'm going to use this one. And these have to kind of match. And what you do, though, and I'm gonna, I guess I could start it at the top, but you go into the center, and I had some clips here. I might have to get out a couple bobby pins. I like my bobby pins for this type of thing. Let me get them out. Janice Johnson sent me a container of 100 bobby pins. Bless her heart. I haven't started using them yet, but I will. And I was watching Rebecca's sale, and she had those paper clips that she put those little doilies on. How pretty was that? I was thinking I could do that with my bobby pins. Now, I'm going to bind this with black, and this will be upside down. Well, actually, this is the bottom, so it is actually right side up, because I'm going to start down at the bottom. And I think what you do is you measure 1, and then make it the length 1, 2, the number of signatures 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 1, 2, and you make it longer than the length. 3, 4, 5, and since I don't trust myself, I'm going to do 7. And if I have more, I'll just use it for slow stitch. Because I don't trust my memory. Oh, let's see, I did get out a pair of scissors, didn't I? Yes. And I am going to use Penelope's curved needle. And do I need to tilt my camera because I'm working closer to me here? Let me tilt my camera just a little. You might see my hand. Let me go down to the bottom of chat. Jen says, I couldn't go to sleep because of the bad cramps. Because of, oh, ooh, yuck, Jen. I don't blame you. I'm glad I'm well past that time of the month. You needed to sleep because you got a lot to do today. But I can't. So I'm not sure how that works on doing things later today. I know. That's what I said to myself. I said, I'll be tired. What I really said was, because I usually get up around 3:30 and have a couple hours to myself before I stream at 6. Well, what happens on these nights that I can't sleep, if I don't get up, I just lay there until 3:30, and then I get real tired. And then I oversleep, and then I feel bad, and yeah, that's how it goes. What did I do with the start of this thread? I had it out here. It's black thread on a black background. Let me get it over on this side, and I'll put my awl up over here. I might need it again, so I don't want to put it away. Okay. Let me thread this. That was quite a sale that Rebecca had today. I'm gonna have to watch it the rest of the month. Pearl is not, I saw an email from her that she said she's not gonna sell tomorrow, so I'll kind of get a little reprieve there. Okay, now, I can't remember exactly how they started. I think they started in here, and And you start it from the inside here. And go around to here. Uh-oh. Why is that bigger? That doesn't look right. That should come out way over there. Oh, do I not remember how this is done? Let me pull this through. Let me get it clear up to the... I think that's what I need to do, and I need to put that bobby pin. I need to line this up. That bobby pin right there. Get in there. Yeah. And this one. And right here. So when I line it up, I'll have a little, like about, what, a ½ inch? And that's typical. A ½ inch going across there. And then I think what they do is they come back in and take a knot. I can't remember exactly how they start, but I'm going to do it my way. And if it's wrong, I can't remember if she makes a knot to start with, or if she comes through and makes a knot. But I am going to go back around and through. I think that's what you do. You come in, where you're going through until you get to the end. You kind of have to pull it through. And I'm going to hook it under that bobby pin. Hook, hook, hook. There you go. And then you come around and put it through here. And then you can tie a knot if you want. And of course, you're not careful, you'll get a knot before you were asking for it. And then you do what she says, the next logical thing, which would be come down in here, like that. I'll have to get you the link to the lady that I followed to learn to do this. And because I'm doing this from memory, I could be doing some things wrong. But I think what you do, oops, I missed the hole here. You come through that hole, through the cover. Like so. And then I think what she does here, her name is Treasure Books, I believe. And just, if you're curious about how she does coptic binding, go to Treasure Books and go look for coptic binding tutorial. And to start out with, I think she just comes back through to start with, but I can't remember for sure on this, but that's what I'm going to do. And then after you get this done, then I think you do a little bit of a catch with your thread. I'll show you. And I get it through here. And this, of course, would be the center of this signature. And I'm making mine black. Black is a little stark with this, but I don't really mind. And then I have to come through this one. And straighten her up here. Like that. And now, what did I do here? Oh, that's just went under my bobby pin. And it went under there too. Now what you do, instead of going back through, you add your next signature. Now this would be my back, the back of my book. So this would be the last signature, and this would be the second to last. And so what you do, instead of coming from, where's my thread? Oh, this goes over like this. Instead of trying to go back in there, you go back up in here. And I might move my bobby pins at this point. Up one. We'll see. Move it. Let's see, I want to put this one here. I should really get those clips out, because I'll probably need them. Hold on, let me get, because they're right, I think they're just right here behind me. I moved everything off of my desk so I'd have a cleaner space, and I have what I'd call a desk box, but of course it's underneath everything else. Let's see if I put those clips in here. I'm pretty sure I did. Here's one. I only need two. Here's one. And this little box it's a little Amazon box. It just holds everything. And of course then I loaded my desk up again. But not quite as bad. Everything's going to tip if I put it down. Now, let me move stuff around here again. Hold the phone. Get the stuff out here to work on, and then I kind of build myself into a little cockpit, a little pilot hole. All right, so now what I want to do is I want to straighten these out, put them right there, and I want to put these clips on there. Boy, they're just fitting too. Maybe put them over here. Might be better. There. And there. So now what I do is I come up into here. So let's get I don't know what I did with that other bobby pin. Let me put it in my drawer. Actually, I should start putting these back on the card, because then they get scattered in my drawer. I might put it in here. These are the ones I got when I was still getting them at Walmart for like $3 a card. Now they're not selling them at these Goody brand. They're not selling them at Walmart, my Walmart. But you can find them on Amazon for $6 a card. I was complaining about it, and Janice sent me a set of a box of bobby pins, 100 of them. Thank you, ma'am. Now, I think I'm doing this right. And for this, I'm just going to pull it through, and I'm not going to. I'm just going to. I could have caught it onto there. maybe I should have done that. Let me pull that back through again. Let's pull that back through. I can't remember the exact procedure, but I think if you just kind of get it looking halfway decent, I think if I go in here and catch it on there, that helps hold it. Whoops. I'll pull it through this way. There. It kind of makes a little, it starts to make a little braid, especially if you have like 20 signatures. It takes a little bit for you to see the braid on 5 signatures. And then you go through into here, go through the whole thing, Meri. And come through. I'm going to have plenty of thread, but I'll just use it for slow stitch. I'm still working on some of my last year's 2024 stitching pages, and I think I can use this on that where we wrapped thread around fabric and kind of made wrapped bundles. There. Now you come over this way and go through, get in there, go through. Oh, this one's going to be a little bit higher, but that's okay. I don't mind. And come through this way. And I think, now I could be completely wrong here, but I think you wrap it in here and go back through again. That's how I'm going to do it. So I'm coming through that little thread that was on the first signature. Oh, come on, I'm pulling on the wrong one. And of course, you need to get things clear off your desk because your thread wants to catch on everything. Now, where's my needle thread? Shake it out, Meri, shake it out. I've got to set it down. It's getting caught in here. Come on, what are you doing? I don't want you through there. I want you through here. There we go. And then kind of... Now, don't take this as how to do this. I mean, you can watch me do it, but I could be doing some things wrong here. I would rather have you go watch a tutorial on binding, because I'm doing this from memory. And my memory may not be so good. It looks like I've got it twisted in here. Come on, Meri. You can do better than this. Let's put these down. That would help. There. Now, what did I do here? I went through the wrong spot, I think. Let me come back through again. Let me come back in there. And of course it catches over here. There. Now, what do I have? Is it going through there? Yes. And of course my holes aren't lining up in the center, but maybe the rest of them will. So now I need to go back through this hole again. Let's get these papers away from the temptation of the thread to catch on to them. And you just kind of pull this thread through. Caught on my sleeve. If it doesn't catch on the ruler, it catches on the edge of the desk. And if it can't catch on the edge of the desk, it finds the... I've got my sleeves rolled up, so it catches on that. And then you come back over this way again. And again, this is the center of that second signature. You come in here. Whoops, pulled it off of the needle. Luckily, this needle's easy to thread. Pull it through. This is catching on all the little scraps that I have here. Anything it can find, that thread, anything it can find to catch on, it will. It says, ah, I gotcha. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Now I need to rethread my needle. And I'll stop and look at chat after I get my needle threaded. I'm using a rounded needle for coptic stitching. C-O-P-T-I-C, coptic, or coptic, however you want to pronounce it. I pronounce it coptic. All right, let me set this down, and I'll come out and look at chat, and I need a sip of water. Let me refresh my chat. Okay. Andrew says, Kitty Jen, what are you saying is showing up 3 times? Marguerite said, I used to go to Joann's in Bend, Oregon, when my oldest son lived there. Kitty Jen said it was brand new building when they opened, so I don't know. Yeah, let's see. It was a brand new building when they opened, so I don't know. It was a brand new building when it opened, so I don't know. It's only been there for maybe a few years. It's only been there for maybe a few years. I don't know. Ours is closing. Oh, Joann's? Are you talking about Joann's closings? I saw something about that on YouTube. Jen says theirs is closing. Walmart has those needles, those rounded needles. Hi, Messy Palette. Angie says, Kitty Jen, are they closing all the Joann's? And that's where Jen was saying theirs is closing, but she doesn't know if they're closing all of them. Diane Messy Palette is from Australia. Messy Palette says, hi, Marguerite. Marguerite says, hello, Miss Diane. Messy Diane. Lori Beth says, hi, Messy. Messy says, hi, Angie. Hi, B3 Barbie. Welcome in. She says it's an upholstery needle. That bent needle, this rounded needle. I like it a lot when I'm doing this type of stitching. If there's any type of stitching that you need to scoop down and come up, you know, this is good for. Sewing, not so, well, you could sew with it, but it's a little inconvenient for regular stitching. But for binding, this works really good. And B3 Barbie says this is good for upholstery. I don't do much upholstery work, but I could see where it would be. Where if you're doing a chair cover or something and you need to get in there and stitch on something that's hard to get to. Angie, let's see, Angie says, Kitty Jen, I have a needle like that. You go but sewing needles again, and they have them in the craft department. I forgot the name of them. Lori Beth says, I hope she's well. Margaret, yes, I like the bobby pins too. They work good with paper projects. Yeah, I like those long 3-inch bobby pins. But when you get a thickness here, your bobby pins don't hold it as well. You might as well get out these little clips. And we'll be adding a couple more signatures here, so these clips will do the job. Marguerite said she stayed with sister number 3 for 2 weeks going for treatment. Lori Beth said, and let's see, Sherry Dan says, TU, good luck, Sherry. TU. On the road, Marguerite says, and called me, what are you doing? I was her responsible adult to drive her home to White Rock. I'm just catching up with chat. I'm not following all the conversations, but Sherry Van says, I need to try to go to sleep. I have a lunch with the retired teachers from the school where I taught. Well, Sherry Van, if you need to go to sleep, you're welcome to go to sleep anytime. We don't want you to miss your luncheon. That would be horrible. Marguerite says, yes, she had noticed a change, but the eye doctor in Princeton didn't find it, but she was busy moving to Williams Lake, and the eye doctor there said, how soon can you get to VGH? She went home and got a on the road and called me and said, what are you doing? Oh, I see. So Marguerite is driving somebody to the eye doctor. Laura Beth said, I had to get banished from auctions. We spent too much already. I know, Laura Beth. Somebody should banish me, but my brother's afraid to. I don't think he's caught on. I think he's a little hard of hearing, so when I'm listening to the phone, he doesn't interpret every word. He knows there's something going on, but he doesn't hear all the words. And I think he'll probably catch when somebody says Mary, you know, when I say me too or something, you know, I don't say it verbally, I type it in. But boy, I'll tell you, when he goes to pick up Rebecca's box, I'm going to get in trouble. I bought that great big, she called it a chair cover. It's a chocolate brown. And she had it, Rebecca Wills. And it was really pretty. It's a chocolate brown, and it's got gold trim. Also, it's a gold trim on it. It's got a lot of fabric in the lining. And she started the offer up for $5, and I said, well, I thought to myself, I'll just bid on it just to start the bidding. It's really why I bid on it. And nobody else bid on it. And she said, well, I wanted a little bit more than that. So we asked what a reserve was, and she said $10. So I went ahead and got it, because if you would have seen what she had, there was a lot of pretty brown fabric, and there was all sorts of trim and fringe. And, you know, I bought one of those from Pearl. It wasn't a chair cover. It looked more like a footstool cover or something. It was round. And in fact, I think I still have here this fringe that I tore off of the one I got from either Pearl or Lindy. I can't remember. And I washed it. I washed this, and it washed up pretty good. I wanted it clean. And I've been making angels and tassels and whatnot out of this. But I got a whole bunch of trim off of it. I got a lot of fabric out of it. I got my money's worth out of it. And I think that will happen with this piece. But I think it's going to add some weight to the box. And I bought a couple books. And when my invoice comes, I'm probably going to, I can't buy any more this month. But I knew what I was doing. You know, it wasn't like I lost track of myself there. I just kept bidding on stuff because it was so cool. She sold some collectible books, and I love those collectible books. I think Catherine got one and I got one. I got one of those, and she had a couple of other books. I got a Reader's Digest book. I think she offered it up for like $1 or something, or I don't know, it might have been a freebie. I don't know what it was. I can't remember. No, it was not very expensive. I think I paid for it. I can't remember. And then she had her beads and her laces, and she had her tiny laces. Last week she had tiny laces, and then the week before that she had some. I got to quit going to her sales. She has too many neat things. All right, let me go back up. Goldie says she's been banned from auctions. I mean, not Goldie, Stephanie. Goldie says, I wanted to buy everything Yeah, I like how Rebecca does that. She'll type in, she'll sneak those freebies up on you. You know, you have to watch. You have to watch your chat screen because she'll type in free and then she'll just toss something on her desk. I caught on. It took me a while. D3 Barbie says, what are you crazy people doing up at this? None of us can sleep, Barbie. We're all wide awake. We're sleepless in FIBdiggity. In case some of you may not understand what FIBdiggity is, Fib, of course, you know what fibs are, friends in the box. That kind of comes from Dee Dee Willingham's group. And diggity is a word like hot diggity. Well, the diggity part of that hot diggity phrase modifies hot, so it intensifies it. So it's an intensified hot for hot diggity if you look at all up to the meaning of the word. So I said, I've got FIBdiggity. Instead of hot diggity, I've got FIBdiggity. I've got really modified, intensified, really cool friends. That's how, for some of you who may not be following, you know, some of you, like Barbie, I haven't seen you in here much, but you may know. Some of you others, Lady True, I don't know if you follow that or not, but I want to try something while we're here. I am having trouble figuring out how. I want to see, can I? Now, I'm going to pick up my phone off of my, I should be able to, I want, where can I comment on my stream here? I got the microphone. I think I got a pause. I don't see, I can see where I can chat with you guys over if I have another device. And I can see, but I can't see on here where I can tell YouTube that I want to leave a freebie to the join area. And I haven't been figuring, I'm going to have to contact YouTube and ask them how to do it, because when I try to do it over here on this phone, membership gifting, it asks me to pay for it. And I should be able, YouTube gives out, at the beginning of every month, they give out 10 free memberships for 1 month. And I should be able to set that up, but so far I haven't found out how to do that. And you can either accept it or not. But since I'm going to see if I can't offer 1 free membership now, and hopefully it'll pick somebody in the group. So we'll see. I'm going to buy it right now. Oh, I have to enter my password. Let's see. Maybe I can do it on my other device here. Let me play. Let me play a little here. I think I have to go on my other device. Let me see. I'm playing now. I have checked this now, so when I'm going to have to message YouTube and say, how do I set it up so that my members can get their 10 free memberships? I joined the boot camp at the end of the year, and I wish I wouldn't have done that, because the months of October, November, and December get really busy, and I had all my brother's doctor's appointments, and we had shopping and Christmas and all of that to deal with. So I didn't get in on all the ins and outs of membership, and now I'm not getting much of a response. They're done. Let me go to YouTube here. YouTube. Let's see if this one asks me for a password. Go to my live stream. And, oh, I'm getting an ad. Hold on. Skip the ad. Good night, Angie girl. And then I hit this. And see, I have a membership gifting, but I should be able to enable the 10 free ones. And I don't see them here. And I don't see them up there where I'm streaming from my other phone up above. And I check there and I don't see any place where I might have to do it, but I don't see a place to do that when I first start. So I'm going to have to ask them how to do it. But let's buy one membership. It's $1.99. And let's see if it will process without asking for my password. I think this one does. Payment was successful. Oops. So who gets it? Who gets it? One gifted membership to B3 Barbie. All right, B3 Barbie. You have been gifted a membership to I started a membership area. Yeah, it was you. I started a membership area on Christmas Day. And so I'm just getting a start at it. But you are at the highest level, which is $1.99. I keep my levels. I only have 2 levels. And they're both the lowest tier because I feel like it's more affordable for my community, and that's how come I did that. But you are in the higher tier. When you gift a membership, YouTube will gift it at the highest tier, which is my 2nd tier. And we are doing a really neat project in there. You go in and take a look around. So, and take a look at the community board because I just posted a post on the a creator. They're called FIBdiggity creators. I just posted on the community tab a post today. Yeah, congrats. Congrats. Now that only lasts for a month, but you know, that's a month of play. And when you come in at the creator level, you get access to everything that's offered on the lower levels. And I need to work on my emojis. I've been busy doing that. I've been busy getting that printer set up. All right, back to let me go down to let me refresh my chat over here. Chat filter, top messages, chat filter, chat filter, all messages. Hi, Tammy. What will you do differently in the membership part? Well, the FIBdiggity Friends is the first tier, and they get the majority of the perks, but they do not get the live streams. And I'm doing a different project in each group, but and I'm just getting started. So my projects, well, especially in the first room, is all I'm doing is doing little squares on the calendar. And it's an ongoing project. I'm not doing it every day. It's just, you know, whenever I feel like it, I'll do a square on the calendar. It's kind of like a game. And I got 35 squares on my calendar page. Say this is a calendar page. I'll come in and do a square. And then I have a little, you know, like when you play computer games, you color in the little levels as you go up. And then I'll have videos. And you know, give me a break. It's only the middle of January. I've only been an active membership for like 2 weeks or so. So I'm just getting a start. And but in the creator area, we are doing we are doing live streams, and they do not have live streams over there. We're doing live streams every other Monday night. Like we had one on the 6th, and we'll have one on the not the 13th, but what is it, the 17th, the 20th, whatever the next 2 weeks are. I'll have to look for sure, but it'll be the 6th, and then 7 days is 13, and then I think 7 more days is the 20th, if I got it right in my head. It's the every other Monday. So, but we are doing an altered book project, and we're doing it as in a live stream, and that's kind of what we're doing. But you get what at this level, you get at the second level, you get everything that you get at all the first level. And if I add a third level, they'll get everything below them. But I'm not planning on the third level right away because I've actually used up all the perks. And I gave most of them, except for the live streams and I think the shout outs. But we're doing some really neat stuff in here, and I'll probably do more neat stuff here. And then they get all of this over here too. You get the the perks that you would get in any membership area, the emojis, the badges. You get access to the community tab, polls, and I'm trying to rack my brain. Any photos that are put up, anything that I put out on I have share folders out on my drive just for the community areas. And anything I put out there, such as that little level thing, that you'll have access to my shared areas for the community. So, and I'm still building it. I'm just new. I'm fresh. I'm just starting to build my content. So, but I don't feel like I can charge, some of those. Well, some of them legitimately can charge like $20 a month because they're professionals. They know what they're talking about. And, I'm doing this more for fun. And to tell you the truth, if YouTube would allow me to open a membership area for $0, I probably would and still have all the same perks, but they don't allow us. And I'd like to do a couple of other things. I got it rolling around in my head. I don't want to say what they are yet. I don't want to commit to them until I know I can get them done. So I'm kind of trying to concentrate on getting done what I'm doing. So I hope that answered your question. And congratulations, Barbie. If you're around Monday night, let's see, let me check for sure what date it is. Let me go to my calendar. Calendar. If you're around Monday night, the 20th, at 7:30 Central, I don't know where you are in the world, but pop in, you'll see it out there. It'll be a live stream chat. And we had a pretty good live stream the first night. We had a lot of fun. Yeah, that's okay to be curious. Welcome in. We're glad to have you join us, Tammy. You're kind of new to me too, so welcome in. Yeah, I'm hoping that this can grow into something. YouTube calls it a membership area. I like to call it a community center. I like to think of our little FIBdiggity as being kind of like a little community. And to tell you the truth, I've always said that people who come to my channel are my members. I've always looked at people that way, but I felt like this year I was invited to attend a YouTube boot camp, and I just felt like it was time to add an extra layer of interest to my channel, and that was what I chose. So not all channels have memberships, but some of them do. If you're familiar with Sketchbook School, I think Danny Gregory, I would like to actually be a member of his channel. He was in our boot camp, and I was real impressed by what he's doing. He's a pretty interesting guy. But there were other memberships going on out there. But I understand if people can't join. you know, and as I've said before, my content traditionally has been my live streams. I live stream on Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday mornings at 6 to 9, and on Friday nights at 7:30 to 10 and or after, depending on what I'm doing, and on Sunday nights from 6 until 10. And that's all Central Time because I live in the Central US. But so none of that is changing. Every now and then I'll put up videos. Right now I'm putting up some public videos of some quilts that I own. And we're looking through, I need to do another video where I have this crazy quilt that I bought when I'm retired. And I used to live in Wisconsin. And about 8 years ago, I moved back to Nebraska. For those of you who aren't familiar with my background, I moved back to Nebraska, but I brought with me the quilts that belong to my grandmother and a couple that I have and the quilt tops that belong to my mom. I was no way going to leave those in storage. And I brought them with me and they've been stored upstairs. Here I'm staying, my brother's offered me a roof above my head. And because his significant other passed away. And he's just in this big house by himself. And he said, you might as well just come and stay here. And I contribute to the house. I do housework and that, and I pay him a little every month, not a whole lot. I couldn't rent an apartment with what I pay him, but you know, he kind of takes the attitude that he has to pay for his house is all paid for, but all the expense he's got to pay for anyway. And he let me have this little room off the living room, which was formerly a den, and I kind of taken over the room for my art. I call it my studio, my Meri Atelier. And the little closet that was next to it, I've kind of taken over that. And I've moved stuff upstairs. I'm trying real hard to keep my stuff out of the living area, out of the, well, my recliner, I have stuff around my recliner out in the living area, but I'm trying real hard to keep most of my stuff out of the living area. But it's hard because I carry my stuff around with me. But anyway, I brought some of those quilts home, and one of the quilts that I brought home was a crazy quilt that I had gotten when I lived in Wisconsin. And I don't know where I got it. I can't remember. But it is really an interesting quilt. And I showed 3 quilts. I have these little short videos up. The first one I showed was a crazy quilt that my grandmother did for me when I was born. And my mother gave it to me, and I'd had it all my life. And, but it's not, it has some fancy stitching on it, but not like this other crazy quilt. And then I have a quilt top that my mother made, which is just a really basic 9-patch that she did with just whatever fabric she could put her hands on. It's mostly like I call it 1970s fabric. And that's just a quilt top. But what I'm going to do with that, she has some knits in that quilt top. And I'm not a quilter, but I kind of researched to say what kind of fabric do I need for a backing for that. And they're recommending flannel. And I just was able, from one of the ladies who sells here on YouTube, found a neutral colored, hi Brenda, a neutral colored, she calls it off-white, I don't have it yet, but a flannel sheet. And she messaged me and said, Meri, do you want this? And I said, yes. So what I want to do with my mother's quilt top is, thank you, Lori. What I want to do with my mother's quilt top is my mother been gone since 2001. But she doesn't care if I stitch on that now. Well, I'm not going to stitch on, per se, on her blocks. It's just a 9-patch. It's a fairly large quilt. But I'm going to stitch on the flannel piece that I'm going to add to the back. And I'm going to kind of do it as a comfort cloth, like what K3N Cloth Tales, those of you who know her, K3N Cloth Tales. I've been following her for Slow Stitch for the past year, and she's doing what she calls a comfort cloth this year. Well, and she's just adding blocks to it, but I'm not doing her comfort cloth. But I figured my solution to her comfort cloth would be to do a collaborative quilt with my mother, who's been passed away for 20-some years. Yeah, K3N is such a joy to listen to, isn't she? She is such a joy. And she's been through the ringer the past few months. She had to do that move from France to England, and I'll bet that was quite a move. She doesn't talk about her horses. I know she loved those horses. My heart just goes out to her. I wonder what happened to her horses. I'm afraid to ask. But she talks about Stella and Fred, and they're always fighting in the background. Or she takes them out for. I haven't seen her take Fred out for a walk, but she takes Stella out for walks in England. Yeah. Well, she's a strong lady. She's going to make it through. In fact, I think she's been, she's showed incredible strength the last few months. I mean, moving into her park home, she's got that Friday series that she calls Park Home Life, and she's converted that home into her space and her studio, and she exhibits, and she's a chairman of one of her art guild, or I don't know if it's a guild, her art group. She's the chairman of it. She's quite active, and I think she's a pretty strong lady. I think she's going to make it through, but that doesn't mean that she doesn't have things that she has to go through. She's got a really nice group. She grew awfully fast. Which just means that people recognize her skill and her talent. And, I listened to her. The first time I listened to her, I said, oh, subscribe right now, Meri. And I thought I was her only friend. Oh, yeah, she grew up to like 45. I don't know what she's at now. The last I heard, she was like at 45,000 subscribers. I didn't really think I was her only friend. She was my only friend. Hi, Jacqueline. What are you doing up, my lady? Don't you have to work tomorrow? Isn't tomorrow, isn't today, isn't this morning? Oh, it's already 4 o'clock. Oh, my goodness. Oh, it's time for you to be up, Jacqueline. It's 4:30 here, and I'm just wide awake. How long have I been going? How long have I been going here? An hour and 20 minutes? You've been working since you've been up since 4. Oh my goodness, Jacqueline. Jacqueline's going to have a sale this coming Friday, is that right? Or is it next Friday? I lose track. Is it the 17th? Jacqueline just had a sale. Yummy papers. Yummy papers. Eco-dyed, and I can't remember what else. I remember the eco-dyed. Friday the 17th at 4 p.m. Eastern. Put a link to your either your channel or your shop or your announcement, and I will pin it. Avocado, yes, avocado. And what are you doing on the 17th? But this quilt that I brought back, this one crazy quilt, I kind of went down a rabbit hole. Hi, Becky. Good morning, Miss Becky. Is your house getting done? I saw you did a video, but you still had the wood floors up. Did they make it to your house today? Did you get your floors put in? Brenda says, I have a piece of fabric my grandmother put together from plain flour sacks. in the late 40s or 50s. It's about 48 inches wide and 3 yards long. She used this for quilt backs. Oh, how cool is that, Brenda? Lori, if you put your information in, I'll pin it. Not Lori, Jacqueline. I was reading Lori right under your name. Oh, there it is. Let me pin Jacqueline's message here. Whoops. Of course, I minimized my chat here. Well, pin message. Jacqueline is going to have a sale on Friday. Exactly what are you selling on the 17th? Are you selling more avocado? I'm waiting for Becky to answer me too. Well, while I'm waiting, I want to talk about this crazy quilt that I brought home from Wisconsin, because it has people stitch their names on it. And this, I'm learning about it myself. I'm really zoomed in because I've been doing this binding here. But I was reading off that company name, and I didn't realize that that piece of, I think it's silk, it was a lining to a hat. I didn't realize that, and I think there's another one in there. And then there's a silk, it looks like a scarf or maybe a pillow top that says regatta, and it has the print of a ship. More eco-dye stuff. You're making it now. Okay, well, I'm looking forward to that. I still don't have my slow journal put together, and that's what it'll go in. Diane, I painted the envelope so it's pretty for you, she says. But what I did the last time when I looked at that crazy quilt was I was picking out names on just half of it. It's a huge quilt. And I think I got all the names on that half, but I'm sure there's more on the other half. And then I want to zero in on the different types of stitches, because there's several different types of stitches. And then I want to zero in on the different types of fabric. And then I'll probably move on, because I've got some more quilts to show. Brenda says, I don't have a quilt she made, but I remember those backs. She'd point out the fabric on the quilt tops and tell us about that piece of clothing each come from. Oh, I wish you had one of the quilts. I think my mother did more quilts, but for some reason, I only have 2 of her quilt tops. But my grandmother did a quilt for each one of us siblings, and I have 2 brothers and a sister. My sister's passed away, and my sister was my oldest sister. And she's passed away, but I have her quilt, and it was like a baby quilt. But it's really well done. And then my brother's quilt that she did, when I came down here, I found his quilt upstairs on the floor in the closet, and I was insulted. I gave him what for? I said, there's Grandma's quilt sitting on the floor. You know, and so I rescued it, and I threw it over the banister in the upstairs hallway. There's no light getting at it, so I'm pretty sure it's not going to fade or anything there. But I might take it off of the banister after I do these quilts and show them and get all done with what I want to do. I'm going to wrap them up in sheets again, because I don't have places here to hang them, and yeah, there's just no room for them down here. It would be better to store them and kind of conserve them between some bed sheets and get them out that's kind of one reason why I did this, was to get them out and air them out and let them breathe for a while and then put them back in storage. Becky's cooking Scott's breakfast. What is Scott having for breakfast this morning? I know it's good. Just wait till you tell she tells what she's cooking for Mr. Scott. Did Becky say how much they got done in the house? Or did I miss it? No, not yet. She'll probably do a video. Brenda said, if one of my aunts, who was the oldest child, took all of her quilts, the other children can't get any of them. Well, my youngest brother kind of took all of her furniture. Like, she has a beautiful old oak, my mother did, with a curved glass and a secretariat that belonged to my great-great aunt. My mother was raised by her great-great aunt and her great-great aunt, or her great aunt, my great-great aunt, and her great uncle. And they didn't have any children, so she was kind of an only child. And my brother kind of latched on to her dishes and her furniture and stuff. And so I got the quilts. My sister passed away, so I got her quilt. And I got my youngest brother, I'm talking about my youngest brother got the furniture, not my oldest brother. Although my oldest brother, after my mother passed away, my dad passed away first, and my mother could not live by herself anymore after a while. She lived by herself for a couple years. That it got to the point to where the neighbors were calling me. I lived in Iowa, and she was in Nebraska. And neighbors were calling me and said, you have to do something about your mother. So my mother came and lived with me for a couple of years, and she was slowly getting dementia. It was getting pretty bad. We had to put her in a home. And but we live in a small community here in Nebraska, and the home at that time, it's no longer open, but at that time it was run by the Mennonite community, so, and I was sure she got good care. So I had peace about her being there. It's hard when you live with your mother so long. You don't see what others see until it's so obvious, you know. Like, my mother's dementia just didn't come on, poof. It grew on her, and so I adapted to it. But she eventually had to be put in a home and where she could get 24. I could not care for her for 24 hours and work and support myself, and nobody was going to support me. Good night, Barbie. Congratulations. I'm glad you won the membership area. Enjoy it. But I keep going down rabbit trails with that crazy quilt. I guess I was done with it. But I have all four of of the quilts that my grandmother made. Well, it's with the exception of my older brother's, who was on the floor. I really haven't got possession of that, but it's here where I'm at, so I can go film it. You did say about the floor? Oh, wait, let me scroll up. I probably missed it, Becky. I miss a lot. And I apologize if I missed something you guys say to me. Let me go up. Here's where you said good morning. Brenda, Becky. Not Becky. Laura Beth, Messy. Oh, here it is. The interior floor work that they are being paid to do is done. Oh, well, that's cool. They will be doing the under the house work today. Wow. So can you be moving your furniture back today, Becky, and settling in? And you were talking about maybe repainting that around the fireplace area there. Scott's done the patching that needs to be done. Are you still having a discussion about what color the walls are going to be around the fireplace? I think you should do what makes you happy. You did say about it. Brenda says, we're replacing flooring in the kitchen and dining room at the end of the month. 15 by 26 space. It's not a huge space, but I'm dreading it, Becky. I hope the rest of your floor adventure goes smoothly. Becky says a little at a time. Okay. Well, let me get back to my stitching here. I do at least want to get this. I am binding. I'm doing the coptic binding on Dee Dee Willing, my little scribble journal that I'm using while I listen to Dee Dee on the Society by Deal Collectors. I don't know how many weeks she's going to have, but my first signature, I have 2 weeks, about 15 pages. The first week is 18. Well, the pages are quarter pages. 18 on the first, on the second, and 15 on the first. But then again, they're quarter, it's a quarter size of a page, but I call it a page. And I have 5 signatures, and I'm doing the coptic style binding, and I stopped here. Let's see, where was I? It looked like I was going back to the next signature here. Yeah. I'm putting this second signature on. Right? I think so. So I have to go under. Wait. I lost my way. Because I started down here. So, am I going back? Have I done this? Let me see. Yeah, I've done that. What did I do here? I came in here. How did I do that other one? I've lost my way here. Because I don't think I go over there. I come through over here, but I've already gone through there. Well, I'm going to do this. This is not the right way to do coptic stitching, but I want to get it done, and it's just a scribble journal. So don't think this is a tutorial, because I think I'm ready to add another signature, but I thought I added it down here instead of here. But I'm going to go ahead and add another one. And I probably should not have put it through here. Ah! Let me come out of this. Let me come out of this. See, I stopped in the middle of what I was doing, and now I lost my way. I lost my way! I don't think it'll hurt if I add another one. Let me just stitch this, because this is stitched in there pretty good. And so what I'm going to do is take these off, put this is stitched down, and put that one down. I've only got 5, and I got 2 of them bound, so I'm ready for the middle one. So I'm going to take this one, and whoops, I have to put this in here too. Do not think I followed, but it's been a while. It's been a couple months, and I don't hold all this information in my hand without going back and looking. So I'm just doing this from memory, and if it just binds, it'll be happy for me. I don't think it's official coptic binding. I think I messed it up here, but it'll be okay. So what I want to do is go around this stitch under here, and I want to go back through there. Get my scissors out of the way. And then I'm going to get out my cover for the Society of Idea Collector and show you my progress on that. I'm questioning myself on it, but I think since I started it, I'm going to continue. I'm at that spot. I get frequently in my projects where I'm working where I'm going, uh-oh, what am I doing? Well, that's kind of where I'm at on that cover. But usually when that happens, if I just keep at it, look, just click those down. When that happens where I go, oh, this is not what I thought I would be, where I thought I would be doing, usually if I just keep following through with it, I'm okay. But I'm at that point to where I'm questioning myself on it. But I have something else to share with you too about that. Not only am I working on the cover, I've been thinking about, because Dee Dee talked about the contents and the tabs. And Becky, I want to thank you again. I know you're cooking Scott's breakfast, but if maybe you're hearing this. Becky gifted me an idea book that was published by Arnie and Carlos. And thank you so much for that, Becky. I sure am enjoying it. I sure am enjoying it. Arnie and Carlos are knitters, primarily knitters. They do crocheting and other types of work from Norway. And very interesting reading on this. It's really a nice book to have if you like Society of Idea Collectors, which is Dee Dee's kind of where I picked everything up was from Dee Dee. She's my inspiration. She's the person I follow with the Society of Idea Collecting. And she had her daughter Denise on there today, and they were a joy to listen to. Oh, I don't need to go through there. I need to add the next one. So I'm getting there. I'm on the 4th out of 5. So now I need to put this, and I need to open these up again. But this in no way is a tutorial. Please don't take this as a tutorial because, see, looks like I forgot a punch in here. I forgot to punch you. Let's go in and punch him one. He's kind of folded crooked too, aren't you? Okay, so now this isn't quite tight yet, so I have to kind of get my hands around it and get it in its world. Put the binders on it. And this is just what I call a scribble journal, which I usually just do a 3-hole pamphlet. But this one I have signatures in because I'm following Dee Dee for several weeks. And if I have empty pages in here, what I thought I would do is start going back through the years. And a lot of her information will be the same, like who, what, when, where, why, how. That type of thing will be the same, but it's the things that she says in between, the little ideas that she spits out, like, oh, you can do this, or, you can go here and look at that, and you can, it's all of that that intrigues me. And I write down a lot of Dee Dee isms. I'll share a little of what I wrote down today, but I want to finish this. And I'll share with you my tabs, because I'm really excited about my tabs. And I was sitting here. Now, this is not going to be my journal. My journal is going to be a binder like she's doing. but she's got content tab. She's got contents, and then she's got tabs for her contents, and then she's got sub-tabs, which are number tabs, I believe, for those. And she probably has sub-tabs to her sub-tabs for all I know. And she's got pockets and envelopes and post-it notes and all that stuff. It's almost like a portable desk there, all centered around ideas. It just intrigues me. All centered around getting an idea. And it works for her, and it works for me too, but I need to utilize it a little bit more. She always says, write it down, and she's so true, because I was looking at some of my old mind maps here. She asked me to share some of my mind maps, and I'm going, oh, I forgot about that. You know, and if you write it down, and you know, you don't have to do a mind map, just slap a post-it note on it. I got a knot here. Let me get it out. But her daughter was going, well, she was saying, this should be published in a, and she said, well, I am, you know, she said, I did. And you said, no, it should be published by a publisher in a real book. Dee Dee didn't answer that. I'm going, you mean we're going to have to pay for it? She's probably lurking out there now going, yes, Mary, you're going to have to pay for it from now on. I got quite a knot going here. I might have to unthread my needle. And it's in black thread. And they say if you get a hold of the needle thread, when you get into this kind of a knot, and pull it, it's the needle thread that knots it. They were saying that in comments in Slow Stitch. But I lose the needle thread. It's going right through here. There's the needle thread right there. So it's this area right in here. It's tightened in on itself. I must have pulled on it too tight. And I can't see because I don't have good lighting. There, I think I'm getting it. Come on. I'm getting my needle in there. Ah, got it. Yay! Let's straighten out some of the twist on this thread. Where is it going? Sometimes if you have a twisty thread, if you start, let me pull this through. If you start at the bottom, at a good place at the bottom, and just kind of pull on it until you get to the other end, that works the twist of the thread out. And then you can rethread your needle, Mary. Luckily for me, this needle is not hard to rethread because it's got a big eye for us older ladies. Now, where was I here? I was going in here. Let's see. Let me see what's going on in chat. Brenda says, let's see. Let me go up further to where I left off. Kimberly popped in. Hi, Kimberly. I'm up to where Becky said, I did say about the floor above, and I read that. And then Brenda says, we're replacing flooring in our kitchen and dining room at the end of the month. It's not a huge space, but I'm dreading it, Becky. I hope the rest of your floor adventure goes smoothly. Becky says, a little at a time, we will be putting the actual flooring surface down ourselves. Diane says, I have a weekly series live on my channel every Thursday night with a guest each week, all about using stuff in your stash. Well, let me write that down, Diane, because I need to update my list. What time? You say Thursday night would be 12 hours from, would be, what, Friday night? What time, Messy? I'd have to, what time is it on Eastern? Do you have the Eastern time for that, Diane? Messy Palette? So that I can add it to my list. I'm going to redo this list. This paper is getting awfully... Let's see. I'm going to do it by days next time. I'll add you down here. Messy Palette. Diane. Messy Palette AU. Diane. I'll catch your time as I read down. Let's see. I had Casey Street on and he showed us how he makes texture paste. Well, that's cool. Jacqueline says she loves her videos. I think she's talking about Messy Palettes videos. It must be remodeling season, Jacqueline says, because we just finished one of 3 bathrooms. This weekend is a demo on the next 2. Hi, Kimberly. Good morning, Miss Kimberly. It's good to see you. Kimberly says, hi, everybody. Messy says, hi, Kimberly. Hi, Kimberly. Hi, Jen. Good morning. Hey, Jen. Kimberly. Messy says, I'm so happy you all got my mail, Jacqueline. Only one outstanding now. So Jacqueline did get Diane's mail from Australia. That's good. Oh, no, I didn't get it. I sent you more. Oh, she didn't get it. Oh. Read on, Mary. Good morning, Lori Beth. Kimberly says, Messy says, I'll send another this week. Brenda says, Jacqueline, for us, winter is when we do things we put off until later. With the colder temperatures and getting dark earlier, it's easier to get Bo to come in off the farm. Yeah, those farm people, they have to get out and work outside when the sun shines. Jacqueline says, we do more stuff in the warmer months. Nancy Pallet says, I watched a bit of that stream, Mary, but it was 2 a.m. here, so we couldn't stay awake. It's a little difficult when you're on the other side of the world, Diane. I understand. I'm the same way. I would love to watch Janet Nash more often. And, you know, she does videos, and I need to watch her more often. She's on my radar. It's just that my radar is spinning around and around and around and around. Brenda says, with the farm, there's always something that needs to be done. Bo would neglect the house if I didn't force the issue. They're talking about binders. Becky said, then it would be work for me. Then it would be work, and for me, that would make it less enjoyable. Kimberly says, good morning to Beck. Becca's waving. 7 p.m. Central Thursday night. 7 p.m. That's what I'm writing down, Diane. Messy Palette, Diane, 7 p.m. Central Time. Thank you. Thursday night. Okay, I got you on my list. I'm going to redo this list. That's one of my to-dos, because it's getting pretty used. Pretty crumpled. So it's Friday morning for me. Okay. Those time zones really throw me for a loop. Okay, I think I can get back to my needlework here, my stitching. I'm almost done. It's nice to visit with you all, though. Okay, now I need to come in under this one, and I'm ready to add the last one and the cover. And then we'll see what kind of a job I actually did on this. Whoops. Let me put that there. What's catching here? What am I doing? Well, I don't know if it's the official Coptic stitch. I doubt it. But it is coming together, which pleases me. So now this is the last signature. And where's my other? Here's my other. And you have to put those on at the same time, I think. And I need this up at the top. No, I need this one up at the top, I think. Or this one. Where's the holes? I think it's this one. But I'll add it after. No, I've got to add it now. So I come through here, right? And into there. Let's come through here. I don't know if I'm doing this part right, so this is not a tutorial. This is just me feeling my way through this. I come through here. Well, I've got to bind these down. Hold on. Where's the center? One more page? Yeah. Let me bind these down. So. Oh. Get this straight. I've already filled up my first signature with 2 weeks worth of Society of I Dig Collector from Dee Dee. She was fun to listen to today. This was National Sticker Day, you guys, and I very seldom win one of Dee Dee's giveaways because there's so many people in there, which is okay, but you know, the more people in there, the less chance you have to win. But I won today. I used my age. I won off of my old age. All right, now this comes here, but I think I have to go down. I come in, and then I think I have to go through. I have to go through this one. Through all of it, Mary. Is that the center yet? No. One more. That's the center. I'm not sure I'm doing this part right, so don't watch. If I tangle it all up, I didn't do it right. If it works, it's probably done okay, but probably not the proper way. So I'm coming through there, and it will have its... Where did that come from? No, that's not right. That has to come out again. Let me unthread my needle. That's not right. Let me unthread my needle. That thread is way too long from here to here. So let me take this out. I think I have to put this on separately. I'm trying to do them both at the same time, and I'm not sure. So let me just unthread this. It's easy enough to thread back. I'm going to do them separately. I'm going to treat this like a signature. I'm not sure that's the proper way. Now I need to unthread this. I'm not sure that's the proper way. I thought she did them both at the same time, but I can't remember. Because we did the bottom both at the same time. And I think you do, but I can't remember how, so I'm going to treat it like a signature, which I don't think is the right way. But it's going to work for me. Oh, I need to thread the needle again. Excuse me a minute. Got to rethread my needle. Yeah, I'm going to be tired by 9 o'clock this morning. But I'm wide awake now. I've been awake, gosh, I've been awake since 7 o'clock this morning. Wide awake. I didn't even take a nap today. What is going on? I try. Well, I didn't try to take a nap, but I tried to go to sleep tonight, and it just, my body wasn't having it. And I took all the Christmas stuff upstairs. I had it all undecorated, and put into boxes, but I take it out into the back porch. And then from the back porch, it goes on the steps. I have to do this in steps because I'm old. And I put it on, no, we don't use the steps. My brother doesn't climb up the steps anymore. And so, and I just go up there occasionally and very seldom in the winter because it's cold up there. But I put all those boxes on the steps, but I don't like them leaving there because it's not wise. And so as soon as I get my energy back again, I go and take them all the way upstairs and put them in the hallway upstairs because it's cold up there. And then when it gets a little bit warmer, we'll have a couple warm days before the next cold snap. I'll take them into the storeroom upstairs where we keep them. But that's my main thing that I did today. Well, I gotta go all the way through. Did I go all the way through on that? No, I didn't. Where's my center? I did not get these bound in. Got to take all that out because I did not bind in the center. Ugh. Slow down, Meri. Let me unthread my needle again and take this out. This is wrong. Boy, I really did it, didn't I? Yeah. I tried. Well, I don't have to go too far because I can just go into here. So I did that today. I worked on my printer today. I'm printing up some stuff for the FIBdiggity community. And I worked on that. I watched Catherine Cloth Tales. I'm not doing her comfort journal. She's doing kind of like an art journal, comfort style. She's doing a comfort quilt, but she's also doing a comfort journal. And I'm not doing the comfort journal at all. The comfort quilt, I'm doing my mom's quilt top, and I'm calling it my comfort quilt. Well, I'm not doing her quilt top. I'm going to do a collaboration. I'm going to stitch on the flannel backing, but I have to get the backing yet. There, that's the center. So that's at a standstill until I get the flannel backing, which is okay because I've got enough to do. But I am doing her slow journaling project that she does every other Friday. And that's where she did the eco-dyeing and where I'm going to use Jacqueline's eco-dyed papers. That's what she's going to sell Friday, the 17th. But I'm still working on that. It's slow journaling, so I can go as slow as I want. And I still have my December daily to finish up. And then there's the January junk journal. And then Dee Dee comes, I'm going to do Society of Idea Collectors. We're going to make a new journal. Drop everything. I got to do Society of Idea Collector. Plus, I'm still working on some pages from my slow stitch journal from last year. So and then tatting started up again. Tomorrow is a tatting day, shuttle tatting day. I don't shuttle tat. I'm trying to learn, but I'll tell you, I can't get that flip. I can get it now. I can get it for one leg of the double stitch. And when I try to do the other leg, it knots up. Shuttle stitching. But I like to go because those ladies are interesting. If you're interested in tatting, they're very talented ladies, and they're interesting to listen to. Come on, get in there. Why are you not going in there? You came through, go back in. There you go. So that's tomorrow. And then Wednesday will be Katia's needle tatting class. Oh, wait, oh yeah, this is Sunday. Tuesday is the shuttle tatting. I'm getting ahead of myself. Wednesday is the needle tatting. And then Thursday is Sue Fuller's tatting design class. And then we're back to Refill Friday. So I keep quite busy. And then there's all the housework, and I get hungry every now and then. Although I didn't eat much today. I had leftover pizza from last night. A couple of slices. Leftover cold pizza for lunch. I didn't eat any supper. I wasn't hungry at supper. What? Don't get in such a hurry, Mary. You're not in that big of a hurry. What did you do? Looks like I'm getting the tail in there. Getting the tail wrapped up in there. There we go. There we go. Yay! Now I just have the cover, and I'm just going to treat the cover like a signature. It's not the official way to do it, but that's what I'm going to do. And I'm going to come through my stitch this time. My stitches here. I think I'm going to come through 2 of them there. Might be wrong, but I'm going to do it anyway. I got to get a hold of it. It might be wrong, but it's strong. And then keep your threads clean. I got way too much thread, but I'd rather have too much than not enough. You can't see much with the black background. All right, now I want to put the cover on. And I'm just going to come in like that. And I see why they do this at the same time, because you don't want it going, but I'm going to go under and through these 2. It's going to be wrong. It's going to be wrong, but it's going to be bound. This is not the way to put the cover on. Absolutely not the way. Do I like it? No, I'm going to take that out again. I don't like that at all. I'm going to go through that second signature again. The first signature again. take this out. I don't like that in there. There's a better way to do the cover, but it's been a couple months since I've done the cover, and that was my first time, so I don't carry this stuff around in my head. Because I got too much other stuff to think about. I was thinking about our lawnmower boy. I think I'm going to tell him that I'm going to do my own lawn mowing. I miss the exercise of getting out and mowing the lawn and work. When I don't mow the lawn, I don't go out and work in the yard. And so I miss it. I'm going to go through this middle signature again. It'll be a double. Whoops, it didn't go. Which one are you going through? Hold on, Mary's figuring this out. Actually, no, I can't do that. I want to go through the top one again. Go through there again. Come on, through it all, not through just a few. There we go. This is not the way to do it. She binds it so that the cover is bound with the first signature, but come on, Meri. I pulled it out. I messed it up. But I think I can still get it bound on there. It just won't be the right way, the correct way. Because you shouldn't have to go through this twice. But it'll look like a coptic signature at least, I think. And then come through. Straighten out my thread. Come through here. Right. This is probably how I should have done it to start with. Go through that hole. Go through there. Get in there. Get in there. Go through there. Pull it tight. Tighten this up a little. Not too tight, but... And then you go around and in again. Around. This is how it should have been bound with the first signature, but I bound the first signature, so I'm getting a double thread here, but it's a scribble journal, so I don't care. I'm going to go watch your video again about how to do the front cover. I think I did the back cover correct, but I don't think I've done this front cover correct, but it's going to work itself out. Come through there, and then in through here. Go in there. And in here. And this is parchment paper that I got, that I'm using for signatures in that slow stitch journal. There we go. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. It might be a little wobbly in the end. We'll see. I have to finish this. Comes down. We'll put it around through a stitch here. Probably the wrong way, but this way. And then I am going to go back through here, back through there, into the center. And we'll tie a knot and put a dangle. I need a brain. I need a brain charm. Are there such things as brain charms? I need a charm of a brain, a mind. I need a mind charm. What kind of charms do I have here in my little drawer? I'm getting an awful mess over here again. We got this little one that I'm going to put on my January junk journal, but she would look cute on the outside, wouldn't she? She'd look cute over here. But I really don't want a charm on the outside because I want to be able to open this up and read it. Let's see what I have. I've got washi tape. I've got fabric that I cut off of the slow stitch stuff the other night. That should go out in the other room. And eraser. I've got a clock charm. I kind of like that. I think I'll use it. It's flat. And it's brown, so will my needle fit through there? No. But we don't need it to fit through there. We can take it off and thread it. Meri mumbles to herself. I want to see how this book holds together after I... It's just a scribbled journal. It doesn't have to hold together too good. And when I say scribbled journal, I keep these little journals out by my recliner. Not as a Society of Idea Collector thing, but if I get a bright idea or if I want to write down a thought or something, I sometimes take them out on the front porch with me. Sometimes I plan stuff in them. Mostly write in them. But this one is going to be all about Society of Idea Collector. Oh, I only got one through it. I shredded my thread. Hold on. Click this. Should be able to get... I think it matters. This is the back. Well, I might have to find a needle. My thread's too thick for that needle. I don't know if I've got one that will... Penelope was eating that one. But I don't think my thread will go in this one. The needle will probably go in there, but will the thread go in the eye of the needle? No. Not any more than it would go through that. But that's my problem. Let's poke it in there. Put it right. Come on, get there. Put it right at the eye. Get there. Come on, just a little bit more. And where's that big needle? See if I can't coax this thread through the eye of the needle. No, I'm going to split it. I guess I need a needle threader. I didn't bring my sewing stuff in here. I want that charm in there. I know there's another way to do this, but let's see if I can't just poke this through and grab it on this side. Come on. Got a part of it. Keep poking. Got it. After a fashion, that was not the way to thread a needle. Oh, Meri, Meri. And we don't want that to dangle clear down. We just want it in there. Or do I want it to dangle clear down? Maybe I do. We'll let it dangle. If I only had a brain. And I'm just going to clip the thread here. And I'll save this for slow stitching. I'll put it down with that fabric that I'm going to take out in the other room. And I probably should put my skein of thread out in the other room too, because I'll be looking for it. I bought it because Katia said you should try tatting with black thread. All right, let's take the clips off. Come on, clip. Oh, I got the beginning one over here. Let's clip that one off. Or that's really the ending, but it was the beginning. I'm just going to clip it. Okay. So it looks like it's going to lay flat enough when I want to write. I got this hanging on. And I'm actually going to keep these clips with it until I get a closure for it. Or at least, well, I don't know if one clip would be. Yeah, I guess it will. Keep that with it. Like that. You're going on a different journal, little lady. And let's put my washi tape away, throw my threads away. I'll be out and look at chat in a minute. Put my awl away. We're going to keep this out. And we'll come out and look at chat. Oh, I'm working on the putz houses too. I want to do the greenhouse before the end of January. Kimberly, you got me started on the putz houses. You're out there listening. It's all your fault. Let me put this clip away in my little dust box so that if I want to clip, it'll be there. All right, let me come out and look at chat. Let me have a sip of water. I'm going strong now. I don't know how I'll be at 9 o'clock. Let me refresh chat. I see Anina in here. Hi, Anina. All messages. Top messages. All messages. Kimberly says, hi, Orla. Orla? Good morning. Good to see you. Did I miss somebody? Anina. I see Anina. Jen says, I got to try to go get some rest, Meri. Okay, Jen. You go rest. You have to leave. Yeah, before you have to leave today. Yeah, I would rather have you go take a nap. Go take an Angie nap. Hi, Angel. Angel 58764, welcome in. Glad to have you join us. I'm working on Society by Deal Collector today. I make this, I like to make these little scribble journals. This is the most work that I've gone to for a scribble journal. But what I do is I'm listening to Dee Dee Willingham do her Society of Idea Collectors. She usually does them in January. This is a little wobbly at the front, but it'll be okay for scribbling. And then I take notes while I'm listening, and I've already filled the first signature. So next week, next Monday, I'll start here. And actually, do I have a yellow? Yellowish? That's black. I think I put my yellow one away. No, those are paint pens. I wanted a highlighter, but I think I put my markers away that I had straight. I got a green, a light green. We could use that maybe. I draw little light bulbs for my page numbers right here. That's a light bulb. It's kind of blurring my ink. I don't know if I'll continue it because it blurs my ink. My ink is not, it made it black. Let's see what it does on this one. This is page 16. Yeah, it's blurring them. I'm going to paint those out and redo them. I got my white paint pen here. Let me paint this out. And I'll write my page numbers back in there. And redraw them. And you guys probably can't read all of this because it's what I scribble while I'm listening to Dee Dee. But she starts out. Oh, I was going to look at chat. Excuse me, I get sidetracked. Anina's here. Hi, Anina. And welcome in, Angel. And who else we have here? Becky says, be right back. I got to go get daytime clothes on as the crew will be here. Yeah, you don't want to be running around in your jammies when your construction crew comes in. The hall bathroom has taken 3 years. Yeah, but you guys work on it as you want. Of course, probably if Scott could do it. Becky says, same here, Brenda. I made Scott hire the crew for this subfloor work because I don't think we would live long enough to do so much work himself. Yeah, I entirely agree. We had people come in and do the kitchen floor. I think they overcharged us, but it's done. And I have that horrible carpet that was on the kitchen. It's gone. I just wish I could get rid of the bathroom carpet. I clean it, but yuck. I don't like a carpet in the bathroom. But getting my brother to do something that's, in quotes, unnecessary is another. He waits till things breaks, and then he says, oh, we got to fix it. He doesn't do proactive work. And he's a good brother, though. He gives me a roof above my head. Lori Beth has her name in green. Or is it blue? My eyes saw green for a minute, Lori. The way the light hit that, it looked like only Lori's Beth's name was in green. A very pretty light green, Lori Beth. Oh, she left. She says, I'm going to go try to get some sleep. Maybe that's why I saw her in green. Angie says, I just wanted to say hello to those who came in chat. I'm going back to sleep. The sun's coming up. All the chickens are going to bed. All the night owls are going to bed. Messy Palette said at 7 a.m. was 14 hours ago. Becky said 7 hasn't even gotten here yet. Brenda says, be right back. It's time to roll Bo out of bed and get the day started. Yep, see, there's a farmer for you. 5 o'clock in the morning. Jacqueline's lurking. She's making room for the man in the balcony for her. She says, scoot over, folks, up there in the balcony. I'm coming up. Get your binoculars out, Jacqueline. I'll try to talk a little louder for those folks in the balcony. Lori Beth says, it's always fun and exciting to win a giveaway. Oh, that was, I gave away a membership. I've got to figure out how YouTube gives away those 10 free memberships. I don't know if I can do it on my mobile. I don't see any way to do it. So I'm going to message help because I'm not getting help anyplace else. Brenda says, I've tried that, Becky. He knows I won't because I'm stingy and I don't like paying someone to do things we can do. The only work we hired out was when we built the house, was a septic tank. You built your own house, Brenda? Oh my goodness. Messy Palette says, I walked past Tubby with a drill and a hammer and he is there in a flash. Oh, dear me. Let's see. Brenda, just tell him you're going to hire someone. That gets their attention. Yep, that money. Money talks. Thursday night, USA. So it's Friday morning for me. Kimberly put in the YouTube channel link to Messy Palette. Becky's waving. Becky said, then it would be work for me and make less more enjoyable. I'd pay for a DD premium binder, pre-made binder. Yeah, she does a good job, doesn't she? She really does do a good job, but I don't know. I like her free stuff. I like her sessions. I like to hear her talk. I'm not sure that she would present it in the same way if it were a published book. She might. I mean, Dee Dee is Dee Dee. But when she goes through things and talks and just listening to her and her daughter talk today and share was such a joy. And I would hate to miss that. I would probably, I would probably pay for it, but I also think a lot of it would get edited out. You know how editors are, you know, they say, oh, you don't need that. You don't need a separate color on every tab if you have 30 tabs. I mean, I'm just talking. I'm just giving an example of what an editor might say. I'm not saying they would say that, but I know I never cared for editors much. That's why I like YouTube. It's YouTube. It's not them tube. You do your own editing. All right, same yard improvement gets done when it warms up and before the hay cutting starts. I watched a bit of that stream, Mary, but it was 2 a.m. Okay, I'm back. Let me go down to the bottom. One nail at a time, Mary, Brenda says. Becky says it's currently 31 degrees there. It is, let me get rid of my calendar. It's 19 degrees here, Becky, and cloudy. I think it's supposed to have a couple days of warm weather. Today is the 14th. I think, listening to Ryan Hall, y'all, we're going to get a Canadian cold front coming down, I think around the 18th or 20th, which means I want to get to town before that happens. And it's going to get real cold. And we'll probably get snow. Again, we got snow on the ground. Our snow is not melting. It's 19 out now. It wasn't bad out yesterday. And we'll probably a couple of days of warmer weather, not hot weather. Probably not even into the high 40s, but probably maybe the high 30s, low 40s, maybe if we're lucky. But then we're going to get really cold weather coming up this weekend. And I want to be hibernated by then. Palette says, Diane says, it never gets that cold of a winter. Was in Wednesday last year, and the lowest it got was 16 Celsius. I don't know what 16 Celsius translates to. It's 7 in Ohio, Jacqueline says. Brr. So 31 is -5 Celsius. One nail at a time. Brenda said, dogs taken out and Bo is up and moving. I even took a shower and I've been up since 2:30. I'll try to get a nap. Yeah, I've been up pretty late too. Well, I want to talk about the Society by Dig Collectors. I'm not going to go over everything that Dee Dee talked about because you need to go listen to her videos. But I did not get to this week. I put tabs here. This is last week's tab for January 6th, and this is this week's tab. And this is just scribble stuff. I got in a little bit late this morning, so I missed some of it, so I went back and listened to the replay. Dee Dee talked about the contents and the tabs. I'm in the center here. She talked about the content and the tabs this week. And I took notes. I took all of her notes. And then I got to thinking of what I want to do for tabs. And so I wrote down my tabs here, and that's what I want to cover. And I might write them better over here and maybe try to organize them a little. And I don't know if I'm going to have all of these, but I took the ones for me, and then I robbed some of Dee Dee's, and then I thought of some more, which I scribbled in the margins. And then I want to do, in my journal, I want to do a calendar tab. Because I was looking at one of my older Society by Dig Collectors where I had a calendar tab. And it was fun to look back at what I did on those days. It's over behind me. But I only carried it through March. Well, this year I want to carry my calendar tab through December, but not make it for every day. Like here, I just put little notes. On January 6th was Dee Dee's first Society by Dig Collector. On January 12th, I was working on the cover and printer for my FIBdiggity project. On January 13th was Dee Dee's second one, and I created a list of tabs. That was today. And another thing I'm working on for FIBdiggity today. And here was a little to-do. You guys can't see this very well. I need to put a check mark in there. I don't want to use and I don't know if I have those. These will soak through. I don't know if I have a pen that will not. I'll use a gel pen if I can find one. Here, I'll use this. This may soak through too, but it's an R2 pen. I used to get them at the dollar store. I don't know if they even do these anymore. But this was a to-do, and I'm going to check it. And I'm going to check it for today. It is now the 14th. So I'm going to put 1/14/25. And it was bind my scribble journal. We did that this morning. Bind scribble journal. That was one of my to-dos. And I scribble. Sometimes I can't even read my own writing. But I want to talk about my tabs, and as I talk about them, I'm going to write them down, and then I'm going to kind of number and order them. So my tabs, I wrote here 1/13/25, thinking about my tabs. So I started out with calendars, because I want to do calendars. And like they won't be consecutive. They'll just be like the date and what happened that day, and then I may skip 3 or 4 days. But I want to do them for every month. And projects. Now these aren't in any order, but what is good about Dee Dee's system of doing, she does not bind it, she puts it in a binder, so I can work up all my tabs and then I can reorganize them how I want them. So projects, and I want to make a note here, not consecutive days, SECUTIVE, I think, days. That's just a little note to me. Projects will be current, past, and unfinished. And maybe I'll put finished too, because I do have finished projects. Not all of them, but I do have some finishes. Like this is a project that's finished binding. I mean, my scribble journal. So projects, lists. That was, I'm borrowing from Dee Dee, and she has a whole lot of lists, and that I think it was people, places. Let's go back to her lists here. So I want to write them down. Words, mind maps, quotes, contents, prompts. Where's the list? Over here. List. People. And I'll use hers, but I'll add my other list. We like to do our lists. People. Beth is going to do, did she do that Saturday night? No, I think she's going to do it tonight, or Tuesday night. Tuesday night, I think she is going to do the, which is tonight. Sorry, I'm thinking this is Sunday. Tonight, she said she would do a list of paper mache projects, because I was messing with that paper mache. And she said, you should do a list. And I said, Beth, you can do a list. I had my hands full of wet paper mache. And she said she'd do one tonight. I don't know if she will remember or not, but paper mache is that type of list. We do a lot of lists here. And people can include living things, places. These are some of her subtopics, and that's why I'm putting them in here. So it will help me remember to make subtopics. These are the topics. These are like her tabs, and these are her subtabs. Places, things. I will not read off all of Dee Dee's, but the ones I copied I will. Things, occupations. And I'll make up my own things to fill in the list. I won't copy hers. Transportation. Well, I might copy some of hers. I might borrow from them. Transportation. And I got nature, but I don't think that falls under. Oh yeah, nature. Nature. She has a nature list. And what do I have here? Oh, that's another note. This is another. I'm going to add my tabs where I thought of things that I want. And I put on my list, this is one of my lists, uses for, and we haven't done this yet, uses for scrap paper, for scrap bits. Becky does that bits and bops thing. And we make journals and ATCs and tags, and this was actually, this is something I'm going to do for my Society of Idea Collector. This tab here, I bought some sticker paper, and I bought both the glossy and the matte. And the matte, I like the glossy, of course, but the matte, I printed stuff off and I had scrap left over. And I thought, I'm not going to throw it away. It can make a sticker out of what's left. And I'm going, then they make good tabs for my journal. And of course, this is a scrappy one because it's just scribbled. But for my Society of Idea Collector, I'm going to use sticker paper to make my tabs. And we're going to talk about that later. But it's one way to use up your scraps. And I'm going to put stickers here. Or tabs. Stickers / tabs. Just as if you would use a scrap piece of, maybe you weren't going to write on it, but you'll see needleworkers, when they want a tab, they'll put in their stitch journal, they'll put a piece of fabric there. So we could put fabric tabs, fabric scrap tabs. And that's as far as I'll go, because I'll develop all that later when I get to the journal. So lists. So that was my, I should cross these off as I go or check them. So I got calendars, projects, list. Where did I see that uses for scraps? Uh-oh. I scribbled it in here someplace. Not on there. Well, I'll see it later. Of course, mind mapping will be a tab. Mind mapping. This is for my journal. I love to mind map. And I'm not going to go through all but I will put like different styles of mind maps. And she was kind of talking about that today. And I thought that was so interesting to listen to Denise talk and Dee Dee talk. A lot of their mannerisms are the same way. And I go, is that Denise's? It's Denise. Is it Denise's hand or is that Dee Dee's hand? And I was seeing two hands there, and I go, that has to be Denise's hand. But no, that's Dee Dee's hand. I was watching the video trying to figure out what hand they were. But the more I listened to them, Dee Dee says, oh, just slap a Post-it note on it. And Denise says, I need some Post-it notes. Well, I don't have any left. You're going to take them all. And so she gives one to Denise, and Denise takes it, and she puts it up there real nice and neat, proper, you know. Not, you slap it on there. And then she says, I need another one. I need a blue one. And so she put a blue one down here, nice and neat. And then Dee Dee says, here, take this one. It was a little skinny one. And she put it in there, nice and neat. And I thought to myself, even though they have a lot of fun together, they almost sound, well, they sound like mother and daughter. Denise is the daughter, of course. And you pick up a lot of their similarities. But watching how Denise did that side of the paper and how Dee Dee just slaps it in there, I'm going, Denise has got a left brain. She's probably very left-brained, although she has some creativity going there. But when you listen to her talk, she says, she's talking about her sticker books, and she says, that's as far as I get with the with the art. She says, she loves her sticker books. She's got, I guess she says she's got piles and piles of sticker books. She was sharing out of her sticker books today. Today was National Sticker Day. And so in my head, just listening to those talk, and Denise, of course, works in a planner. She's got a career. She's very task-oriented. She's going to a meeting this afternoon, or was going to a meeting that afternoon. And, you know, I could just see her as being a very logical left-brain thinker, which is good for mind mapping, because when they were talking about, well, it wasn't them. I was watching another video later this afternoon about, I watched this channel called Verbal to Visual, and he takes a lot of visual note taking, but he was talking about the logic, the left side of the brain and the right side of the brain, and how when the left side of the brain organizes things, they do so in charts and diagrams and, very, very organized, whereas the right side of the brain might paint a picture or something. They're very visual. They're very artistic. It doesn't have to be visual. It could be auditory or whatever, but they're very right-sided, very creative people. Left side can be creative, but they're creative in a very logical, almost thought out way, where not that the right brain people don't think about it, but they tend to draw more from intuitive and I don't want to say slapdash because that sounds very careless, but they come at it at a different, more intuitive manner. If I'm not sure that's the right word, but it's right brain versus left brain. And I saw Denise as being a very creative left brain thinker. Now, that's just my impression of her watching that. Watching that interaction was very fascinating for me, to watch them go at it. But Denise, she made those tickets. Those of you who watched the stream, she made these she's doing Janet Young's scavenger hunt, and she was doing tickets, and she made, her theme was, I guess they're doing the book by theme. They're doing a scavenger hunt, but they have a theme to the book. I'm not doing the scavenger hunt. I got enough projects, enough journals going on. But she designed these tickets. Denise did. Now that takes a certain amount of left brain creativity, but it was very organized. It was very, it was an organized creativity, if I can put it that way, where Dee Dee might have put a galaxy on her ticket or something, and came at a whole different approach. But I found that, and what I want to get down to here on mind mapping are the different ways to mind map. Now, usually what Dee Dee does, and Dee Dee kind of talked about it, what she does is she draws a circle and puts the topic in it and puts the questions out, who, what, when, where, why, how, and then, fills all that in. But other people may mind map in different ways, and Dee Dee kind of touched on a logical way of mind mapping with spreadsheets, where instead of having a circle, I'm going to put left brain, left and right brained approaches to mind mapping. I'm going to put brain in the center here. Whereas a left brain person might mind map very horizontally and tabular, and then they'll do all their thinking, like they might have A, B, C here, and then have a whole bunch of information in here relating to those. And that might all come out of their mind. This might be a left brain mind map. Whereas over here, Dee Dee would draw a circle and maybe like pretty little arrows and put in a topic, draw a picture of, we'll just put a flower in there. She would draw a picture, and of course she'd put in the word. I'm just going to write the word topic, and she'd have all her questions going out over this way. And this is kind of a diagram, but it's a different type of approach than this is. So I want to research, and I'm going to put research here, because I know mind mapping is a relatively, and recent, I'm not going to say that it's not an ancient process. I think it was, I want to say Tony Buzan, B-U-Z-A-N. I'd have to look that up. I'm pulling that out of my memory. Who actually started mind mapping, where it actually got published and we started learning about it online and everything. But there's all different types of mind maps going out there. There's little pictures and, You know, there's, and that's kind of one of researches the different types. So that's kind of what I want to fall under this category, other than just mind maps. I want to do mind mapping. When I won those stickers, Denise gave away stickers. I think they gave away 7 envelopes of stickers, 3 international, 3 USA, and then 1 to somebody else. But I won one of them, and I said, I'm going to have to mind map all those stickers. You can mind map stickers. You can mind map photos. You can mind map words. You can mind map colors. You can mind map concepts. You can mind map ideas. You can mind map to get ideas. You can mind map to get a story. You can mind map, I don't know. I'll stop there. I suppose you could mind map news if you wanted to. That would be an interesting thing to do. All right, so there's mind mapping. I'm doing my tabs here. Mind mapping, so let me check that off. And then the next one is my own category. I'm gonna call it my bright ideas. And under that category, I noticed in my old journal, I'll show you here if I got it behind me. I usually have it behind me here. Of course, when I want it, it's not there. I don't see it. Oh, I probably put a box on top of it. I'm not going to grab it because I want to talk. In one of my old journals, in fact, it's the one I'm working in now, I noticed on my first page is a page of ideas that I have, and I draw little light bulbs by them. Well, I'm going to put that in a category, so I'm going to call this my light bulb ideas. And I'll just dot down when I have an idea. When I have an idea, I draw a little light bulb. In fact, I carved a little light bulb stamp. I might carve another one that's not on a dimensional eraser, but it's thin enough that I can put in here. Or in my Society of Idea Collector. I need a self-inking stamp. Oh dear. So, and then I'll put the text of it. And then I might have another idea down here. And I'll put the text there. And that probably won't be subcategories unless I carry that out, unless I develop it. Excuse me. So if I develop, I'll carry it into a subcategory, a subtopic. But if I don't develop it, it'll just stay in here as a little text of an idea. But I have a whole page, couple pages of little ideas. Something like my bright idea here. Where did I write it? My bright idea, right here. Bright ideas, and I'll put a light bulb by it. Did I put a light bulb by that one? Sometimes I put light bulbs by my bright ideas, but that's a tab that I want to make. Stamping. Stamping is going to be one of my categories because I'm carving stamps all the time. So stamping, I need to organize my stamps and list ones I own. And you could even stamp out images. That would be a nice thing to do, have a category. Now, I don't know if you'd want to do that in your Society of Idea Collector. And those of who do a lot of stamping, like have a wall of stamps, they probably have a journal where, or some place, some reference point where they can look at what they probably stamped off their stamps. In my Society of Idea Collectors, what I'm working in now, when I carve a stamp, in my Society of Idea Collector, on one of my pages, I show my progress as I'm carving it until I get to the finished piece. And then ideas for stamps, ideas for carving. what do I have here? Stamps. Stamps you own. Own. I think I meant to do stamp carving here. Stamp carving. Ideas for stamps. So I'll probably develop this a little bit more as I get into it, but those are a few things I can put under stamping category. So let me check this one off. Thrifting was another one of my own. I'm going to make a category called thrifting. I love to watch thrift hauls. I love to watch Becky and Scott do their thrift hauls. The things, the bargains. So under that, I could put dates I thrift, because I don't thrift every day. So dates I thrift, where? Places that I go. Where is it good to thrift? Where is it not so good? Garage sales. I'm just putting places where you could go thrifting. Garage sales. Of course, thrift stores. In our area, we have antique stores that are really glorified thrift stores that you can find some real nice bargains in. And that's something you could put in. Keep a record of bargains you find. Bargains you find. And that brings me to another category that I didn't write down here, but I'm going to write it here, is DIYs. I want to get to doing more DIYs. I like to watch Canterbury Cottage, and she's always upcycling. So upcycling, recycling. Hopefully my Society of Idea Collector is going to be an upcycled 3-ring binder. Upcycling, recycling. Lists of things I've done, list of things I've completed, things like converting doilies into bottle dolls, things that you. I did a project several years ago. It was a clock. It was a doll. I think I used a doll head, but I also found a clock where you wind it up. I have a video of that. I made an assemblage out of a clock and a doll. I believe that's what it was. I'm pretty sure. It went to a gal. This was before my YouTube days. It went to a gal down in Texas. Lost all track of her. She said she didn't really care for dolls. Well, you can send it back. No, I'll keep it. So DIYs, ideas that you get, ideas for. I've got a red purse. I've got a pair of gold boots in that thrift room, or that little stash room in there. And I got a red purse that I want to convert. I've got a doctor's bag that I got when I was doing Rosemary's Caboodles. I've got an old doctor's bag, an old black doctor's bag that I want to upcycle. I got a pair of shoes, an old pair of leather shoes. In fact, I wore them back here to Nebraska when I came home from Wisconsin. I wore them for about a year down here. Finally, I wore them out, and I was asking you guys, what can I do with these old shoes? They said, make a scissors holder out of them. Well, you know what? I never got it done, but it was a darn good idea. So DIYs is a project. I'm going to chatter here until I'm chattered out. I want to get this done. What time is it? It's almost 6 o'clock. So I'm going to write thrifting. I'm going to write DIYs here and put a check mark by it. Yard and garden. I don't know. I usually have a garden journal, but I might think of something to put in. This will probably be slim pickings here, because I think most of this will go into my society or my garden journal. But you could put lists of seeds. For me, this year it'll probably be flowers. And I was reading, I've been fussy cutting because I've been cleaning. I've been fussy cutting some of my Mary Jane magazines. And I saw, and I'm going to write this down right here because I don't want to forget it. They were saying that you could plant those PT plants in the northern hemisphere. I tried those other ones, those I can't think of them now. They're purple. I can't remember what they are right now. I planted them last year and they did okay until I put them in the garden, and then they just didn't survive. But they're supposed to be good hot weather, humid, tropical plants. And it was hot last year, but they didn't make it. So I want to try my PT plants, and I want to, what flowers do I want to plant? Where do I, kind of plan it out? Right now, my big garden project was on a very windy day, late October, early November, I put down landscaping fabric. And I swear it was like making up a bed for a giant with with the south wind blowing through the French doors. It was, that landscaping fabric, it's a heavy plastic. I needed it 18 feet long and 6 feet wide, and I needed like 6 rows of that for the garden. And let me tell you, and I was doing it all myself. It was a job, but I got it done. So I want to put down projects that I want to work on, projects, to-dos. Of course, there's always weeding. But my yard, what I think I'm going to do, and I'm going to have to find a way to gently let him down. We hired a young boy here to do our yard work, our mowing. And he was we were his first customer. I gave him his first job. I was so proud of that because I really encouraged him, and his mom and dad came and supervised him, and they did a really nice job, and he's done a nice job. I don't have any complaints about his work, but I miss doing the work myself. I miss the exercise. I miss getting outside, and when I don't get outside to mow the lawn and work in the yard, I don't do the other work. And I sit in the house, and I want to get out more, so I'm thinking of a way to say, well, I think you've got some other customers, don't you now? I want to, and I think I'll just tell them the truth is that I really want to do some of it myself simply because I miss it. I think that's the best way to say it. Maybe his mother's listening to my stream. I doubt it. She's probably getting the kids ready for school, cooking them breakfast, thinking about waking them up. So yard and garden, so that one's checked off. I don't know, oh, that was my bargains. That one, the thrifting, I want to put down I did put bargains you find. Art hacks is something I want to do a category for. Art hacks. Now, somebody mentioned that Casey was doing a texture paste recipe. So recipes, I like to use modeling paste, Julie Topaz Pearls, i.e. Topaz Pearls, and I'm going to write that down because I don't want to forget, Pearls modeling paste. And I think texture paste is probably about the same thing. Rust is one that I do a lot, rusting recipe. And what was the other one? There was another one. Well, you could put eco dye, walnut ink. Walnut ink, I do that. So any art hacks, my embossed drippage. Embossed drippage, it's more of a hack than a recipe. Embossed drippage. Now the embossed drippage is, I claim that myself, but a lot of these come from other people. But I want to write them down. And ways to melt crayon. Ways to melt crayons. I have done a lot of that. I want to get back into that. So recipes. So art hacks, that's this one. And let's see, what did I write there? I scribbled. Yeah, I wrote down rust paper. Oh, paper mache recipe. We just did that. Paper mache. We did that the other night. But there's a recipe for the best paper mache. I don't think I followed it exactly because I didn't have everything. But modeling paste, rust. Okay, I got all of those. Over here, I have DIYs. I got that. Experiments is another category. Whenever I go off into a wild rabbit trail and experiment, my most recent one was a failure, and I could put success or failure, or on its way. It may not be complete success, but my most recent one was I wanted to make wax paste, and I would say it was probably a failure because I followed a recipe, but I must have missed something in there because wax paste should be soft enough that you can put your finger in it and smooth it out on paper or wood or on other wax seals is what I wanted it for. And mine got really hard. Now, I don't know if I put more glue in it or if I didn't put enough glycerin in it. I don't know what I did, but it was a failure. So I want to try it again. Another experiment. I'm always experimenting with stuff. But that's just an example. I'm going to move on. Experiments. So I got that one. Challenges. Now, challenges could be from other people or something, a challenge on the internet. I want to do challenges. Of course, there'll be art challenges. They won't be throw a bucket of water on your head or anything like that. But somebody, you know, I'm going to put your challenging from yourself, your own personal challenges, or somebody else challenging you from others. And I guess you could put success or failure there, or results of it. And here too we could put results. Okay, moving on. Sewing I'm going to put in there because I want to do a little bit more right now. What things you want to do, want to learn. What I want to learn, now Becky is an expert sewer. I play around on the machine, but I want to learn free motion quilting. I bought the foot. I need to research more free motion quilting. And they recommend getting a foot for your machine to do that. Or I might even consider a class, a local class, consider a local class, because I know there's a local quilt store that would teach me stuff. I can make my basic clothes, like I can make darts, I can cut out a pattern, I can do the basic sewing. And I'm talking about sewing. I'm not talking about slow stitching, which is another category. Making bags. Becky, and these are things I probably would follow Becky's tutorial, but it's things I want to do. I've got a whole bunch of zippers that I want to use. And Becky has a pattern where she does it like this. And I've just understood why they cut those. Why do they cut squares out of there? I don't get it. And I wasn't watching Becky. I was watching another person. And I said, there's those squares again. And I watched how she did it. And I go, Oh, that's how you do it. So I want to go back to that bag and finish it. It was a painted fabric that we sewed all sorts of. It was a Becky project. But I got to this technique down here and I got lost. But I can do darts. I can put in a zipper by hand and then probably stitch it in. I could probably make a simple zippered bag. I haven't yet. But, and make bags. Becky said, you know, follow what Becky does. I probably will not make a quilt or make my own clothes. I'm not that enthused, but some things, so projects you want to learn, or yeah, I'm gonna stop there. The other thing that I'm gonna put in here could fall under words, which is one of Dee Dee's categories. Is I'm going to put it as a separate category. I've been wanting to do this for several years now. I want to learn Latin. And so I'm going to make it a tab in my Society of Idea Collector of, I don't have to learn how to talk Latin. I just want to learn some of the words. I want to learn, let's see, I'm going to put learn words. Because a lot of our words come from Latin. And I want to learn the words. I kind of want to learn how the sentences are put together. Well, I've got a Latin textbook. I don't want to put Latin. It's a beginning Latin textbook. Latin beginning text. And I want to progress my way through, so I'm going to put chart progress. And I've been wanting to do this for a couple years now, and I keep mislaying the book. So I'm going to explore it. Now, I wrote it down here as a category, so I've covered all of these. I've covered all of those. What's this scribble? Oh, that's my page number. Over here, this is Dee Dee's. Questions. Now, she put in the who, what, when, where, why, how, but to me, those belong under mind mapping. I want questions, things that I am questioning. Things I am questioning. It's kind of a what type thing, but it's more things I wonder about. I can't think of an example right now, so I'm going to put things that I am questioning. I know what I mean, but I can't pull an example out of my head right now. It could be, well, this would probably fall under bookbinding, but what is the proper way to do a copy? What is proper way to, and that's a what question, but it doesn't relate to any mind map that I'm doing. Proper way to do a coptic binding. And I did mine here, but I think I made some mistakes. So that's just an example. Questions. They're more random type questions. And then Dee Dee had a stories category. And I forget what she put under there. I don't know if I wrote down what she put under there. Ideas for stories. I'm not sure where I got that, but I think I wrote down outline a story, get your notes down. Oh, I think Dee Dee went back to her lists and showed how to pull different things off of different lists to create, how to create a story, how to create a story from lists. I think that's where she went off. And then she probably got sidetracked by Denise from lists. She talks about that a lot. And it's a good way to create a story. I also I put down developing your story, development, because you know novel writers will say, think up of the ending first and then think how you're going to get to the ending. I'm not sure that that's one way to approach it. A mystery. think of the ending and then develop all the things. But I would tend to more think of a subject, formulate my characters, and then make them interact each other. And I guess you would have to have an ending to a book. But then under that, I also put the category of storytelling. This would probably be a subcategory: storytelling, verbal storytelling. If you've ever listened to somebody in real life tell a story, not just over the internet. When I was younger, I lived out in Colorado, and we had this meeting. And this lady in this meeting, they begged her to tell a story. And she was a true storyteller. And here we were, we were young adults then. I was probably in my late 20s, early 30s. We all sit around listening to her tell a story. And there on the YouTube, there are storytellers that will, the one I'm thinking of is Stories from Appalachia, where this man will tell all these stories about Appalachia. But they have their own voice, they have their own way of drawing you into that story. So I don't know what I want to put under there. But I'm going to put down storytelling because I feel like that's something that can be developed, that I want to explore. And then the other category I did was the Meri Atelier, and I put this as a private category. I'll probably put a lock and key on it. This isn't something I really want to share with the public because it's ideas for my channel, things that I want to develop to give to you. I'll bring it out when it's ready. So ideas, and I'm going to put private here. It's not that I don't want to ever tell it. It's just that I want it private until I'm ready to tell it. So ideas for channel. What are my goals for my channel, which are very, very relaxed. I don't have business goals. I don't have monetary goals. Most of my goals are social. I'm more on the social side. I do this for the community. So how do I want to develop that? Well, one way was my community center. I worked for between October and December with a boot camp, a membership boot camp, which was probably pretty common thing known among the YouTube developers, but it was new to me. And it was very interesting. I wish I would have had more time to devote to it. So, but now that I've got it going, what can I do to develop my FIBdiggity community center that I'm calling it? And by the way, I think it's public knowledge. I don't think I'm telling anything that's not public knowledge because I know it is because I've seen it talked about through YouTube experts. YouTube is developing a community tab where you as the viewer can come in like you do on Facebook. And there's only a few channels that are testing this. I'm not one of them. I wish I were, but I'm not. Where like on Facebook, if you want to share your artwork, if you want to share, I think that I have that concept that that's where they're going with their community. And I'm calling mine a community center. I didn't even know they were doing this tab. So we'll see what happens with that. I don't know much about it. I just know it's in the background of YouTube's projects. The other thing that I know is in their background is they're developing, and I think several channels have this, but it's not to all the creators yet. I don't have it, is courses. Like educators might, or retired teachers might want to develop a course. Like Dee Dee could have a course on mind mapping. Yeah, and I don't know if they charge for it, or if it would just be something like YouTube University, like a free university type thing. I don't know. I don't know all the specifics. But I've heard them talk about courses tabs. And I think it's in the background YouTube at development. They do that. They research things and then they'll have certain channels tested out. By the way, if you're a creator, you can sign up for that. If you go to Creator Insider and look in their description box, they say if you want to be on the creator research team, YouTube creator research team, fill out this form at. I'm sure that's probably in there. That's where I found out about it, was at the Creator Insider group, which is a public YouTube channel. Anybody can watch it. It's called Creator Insiders, and they have weekly news updates of things that are happening within YouTube, which I find very interesting. So this is my private thing here. I hope you guys are not bored. I want to finish this. I did questions. I did stories. What's that word? I don't know what this word is. I'm putting a question mark. I don't know what I wrote. Sometimes when I'm scribbling, when I'm listening to Dee Dee and scribbling, sometimes I'm going, what in the world did I write? It looks like Spike. Spike Taz. I don't know what that is. I got to get a drink of water. I hope I'm not boring you guys, but I find all this very interesting. This is a lot to think about. It's a lot to think about, not just the contents. And this is just kind of, I think I'll probably make my tabs and then after I get them all made, organize them like I want 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I'll go in and number them, make my contents page off of the tabs that I've already put in order. I think that's how I'll approach it. Resources, I think, was one of Dee Dee's. Resources, like your websites, books, websites. Like I go to Wiki a lot, i.e. Wiki. For photos, I go to Pixabay and Unsplash. Pixabay, and I think it's Unsplash. Those are where I go to photos that I can use in my art that I can't take pictures of myself, like a skyscraper or a ocean line or something like that. So I go to Wiki and these two sites. Those are resources for me. I also go to the Metropolitan Museum of Art a lot. There's the Library of Congress. There's dictionaries. Libraries. Dictionaries. Of course, Google. IONARIES. I'm going to have to learn how to spell. Dictionaries. I also like museums. Now, the Met is a museum, but there are other museums out there that will take you through a virtual tour of some of their collections. It's like you're there and you're walking through this building. It's really cool. Of course, there's other resources like books, the magazines, the Stampington magazines, the magazines like I like Mary Jane magazines, which is a organic farming magazine for women. So magazines. I think I wrote down libraries could be online, local or online. And the same way with the museums. So resources. And I made another category, and I don't know how much I'm going to develop it. But I like to design my own stencils. And this is different than the stencils that you'll see like Dev and who's that other lady with the ink? She, oh, what is her name? Can't remember her name, but I know Deb does her own. Deb and Rex does her own stencils. She does it with PM Artist Studios, or they were. I think Shannon Green's even done her own stencils. But I like to do stencils of, like, I think I did a stencil when I was doing the caboodles of an African lady holding a little baby. Things like that that I'll pull out of a magazine. I did a stencil of a bird. Mine are more folk art type stencils. Which brings me to Fractor, which I don't have here, but that, I'm going to write this down. Fractor. T-A-R, I think it is. Fractor, which is a German folk art. I'm going to write it in here too, because let me put some check marks here. Resources, stencils, and I'm going to scribble in Fractor. I'm just thinking of things that interest me. Quotes was one that Dee Dee said. Quotes. And I think she said from famous people, where you get them, that type of thing. I'm not going to develop it anymore. I'll develop it later. Another thing I'm interested in is wax seals. Sketches for them, things I've done, experiments. So sketches, I want to start doing some of my own sketches for them, my own ideas. And I like to carve erasers to make wax seals. E-R-A-S-U-R-E-S. And I've done that with a little tree. I've done that with my tatting symbol. So also experiments with my wax seals and how they turned out. Sometimes they're good and sometimes they're not. Resources, I like to watch that Be Good lettering. She does a lot of, I love what she does. Ways to use. So you can think of all sorts of subcategories and lists and stuff like that. So wax seals. I'm still going back over here. Quotes, wax seals. Of course, I have my drawing and sketching category. I'm not going to subtopic that, but drawing, sketching. I'll put urban sketching under. I'll put, I like to do portraits. I'm not that great at it, but I like to do them. I like to do animals. I like to do those animal drawings. I haven't done them for a long time. Urban sketching. I like to go urban sketching. I haven't done that for a long time. And that could carry out into a whole nother subcategory. Urban sketching. I'm going to put the big book. Renee gave me that big 600-page book. Big book. And actually, you could put supplies. And that would come under books or, you know, I'll have to develop that further, but you get the idea. So drawing and sketching. And of course, slow stitching is a new category for me. Last year, I learned so much slow stitching last year. It just blew my mind of all the different words that I heard that they've been using for centuries over in Japan. Japanese burrow stitch, the cantha stitch. And there's other words that I can't pull out of my tongue right now, that all those stitch techniques that K3N has taught me. I want to document all of that. So I'm not going to document it all here. I'm just going to list it as a category. Slow stitching, and I got sewing, tatting, and here again, you can get into your supplies and your threads, your needles, your shuttles, your journals, your projects, your own designs, somebody else's designs, your sample books. There's just category after category. of these things. Books and reading. Now, reading really should be the category. And I'm going to put books under it. Books, your magazines, your newspapers. I like to read our daily paper. I'm just going to put news. Well, maybe I'll put papers, because I read the county paper too. Clippings from the newspaper, even the cartoons could be, you could have a little category. I like the family circus. You could get ideas. Maybe you wrote a letter to an editor. I know he's not listening, so I'll tell you. One way that I check up on my brother is to see what his most recent letter to the editor is. Up in our capital city, he every now and then he'll write a letter to the editor, and I'm going, well, I know he's alive because he's writing to the editor. My younger brother is very intellectual. He likes to do that type of stuff. So letters to the editors, or, you know, even obits. You could even put your obituaries in there if you wanted to. I was thinking about writing my own obituary. That's a whole nother story. Clippings is what I want. And then you could even go as much far as to go fussy cuts. And for there, you wouldn't want to put in all the images, but you could put in techniques for fussy cutting, ideas of where to get, what things do you like, what things do you look for, I'm just going to put look for, ways to use. There's just, there's just a whole bunch of subtopics under reading. Reading probably has more than that. How about reading a foreign language? I've never read. I know a little bit of French, but I'd love to, and that could be another category. Things you want to learn. I don't have that here, but things you want to learn. And this would probably be a future thing, because you can see everything here. But this is not that you're going to accomplish all of this. These are things that come at you, that you find interesting, things in your life, that you're trying to get ideas for, or you get a inspiration, write it down, Dee Dee says. It's not that you're going to develop every little thing in here. You might find something interesting and work on it for a while, and then pick up something else and work on it. All right. I find this very interesting because it kind of shows me where my personality is, the things that I like, the things that I gravitate toward. Somebody else might gravitate towards sports. I don't gravitate towards sports. I couldn't tell you who the most famous football player is in 2025. Movies are another thing. Movie directors, stuff like that. Movie stars, popular musicians or popular singers. I'm clueless. So there's a lot that my personality does not include, where somebody else's list here might be different. And I think when you make these type of lists and think through the things that interest you in life, it shows you a lot about yourself. Even if you don't do anything with it, make a list of things that interest you. Make a list of tabs in your life. Okay, Mary's just chattering. So things you want to learn. And of course, Latin was one. And I would like to, now Latin I'd like to learn generally. I don't want to learn how to speak Latin or read Latin, but Spanish is something that I would like to learn to speak and to read and to understand. So I'm going to put more detail just for my use. I'd like to learn a lot more about Spanish. I know a little French, and I probably would not want to learn it. I'm just going to put French there because I had to have 2 years of French, but I didn't pick up very much. Let's see, Let's see, what else do I have here? I got clippings, so that came under reading. Projects and goals. That was one of Dee Dee's. Your project list. Did I have that over here? Experiments. Yeah. So I'm going to put in goals here. I'm not going to repeat that down here. So that took care of that one. Colors. That's one of Dee Dee's. Colors. She talked all about that today. Where to get color names. Mind mapping colors. All sorts of stuff. I'll go back into that later. I covered those. I wrote down journals. And if you look at my video that I did where I thanked Becky for her gift of Arnie and Carlos's idea books, they have a whole great big long list of different types of journals. So types of journals, what types do you, of course we do art journals, and probably mine are art and writing, but I'm gravitating toward scribble journals. Well, I do scribble journals, so those are my 3 main types. But I'm gravitating toward this thing that I'm calling workbooks, and I'll develop that a little bit more. I'm just going to write it down here. I'm calling them workbooks, and I'll explain that later in another video. But I will say an example of that would be my 100 past holiday memories would be an example of a workbook to me, and how I built it, how I organized it, and how I'm working in it. That would be my workbook thing, but that's another topic for another day. So journals, words was a Dee Dee tab, words. Mind mapping words. I showed a video last Tuesday of my old mind maps that I did. I did almost a whole month. I didn't get them all done, of different words, and one of them was monkey. And I wound up learning about, I think they called her Mrs. Baker or Miss Baker, was the first monkey in space. And, you know, the word was monkey, and I did this whole mind map around the word monkey. So I'm going to put mind map. But also the etymology of words, the source of the words. I think Dee Dee used glyphs. What did she use? Well, she did that later. Did I put down slow stitching? I think I did. Yeah, slow stitching. I got words. Prompts. Did I get prompts? I don't think I've got prompts. Did I get prompts? I might have a repeat if I can't remember that I wrote it down. I don't think I wrote down prompts. Projects. I'm going to write prompts. That might be a repeat. Prompts. And I'm just going to put the category there and come back to it. Dee Dee also put people and supplies. I don't know if I'm going to put a people tab, although I could, but I'm not sure it's something I want to develop right now. You could have a people tab and have people in your life, imaginary people. Maybe I'll put that down just for interest. People, people in your life. And that would be your current life. In your life. You might tell a little about them, list your brothers and sisters, aunts and your relatives. But you might have historical figures that you're interested in. You could research them. You can even have imaginary people. Not that you want to have an imaginary friend, but people, like if you're developing a story, like my little Maisie, that I have a little Maisie character, my little Ruby Rose gnome. They're imaginary people, but they're not. I mean, it isn't that I have them following around with me, but I don't talk to ghosts, or, I don't talk to people that aren't there. But you're imaginary people in your imagination. You could have found relatives that you're playing with in your journal. You could have them have a little literary life. Or they could be found relatives in real life. You could have extended family. That could be like your church or your community. I'm going to put community, church. It's really your social. I'm going to put social. You are my people out there listening to me chatter. People. I'm going to quit there. Supplies. Of course, Dee Dee's thinking art supplies. And I think she had things you like or dislike, things that worked for you didn't. I know Dee Dee and Janet Young had bought some white ink pens. I think they were Amazon basic white ink pens. I could use those things once and I could never get them working again. I won't buy them anymore. And I find the things that I like, I grab as many as I can while I can, because next year they aren't going to be on the market anymore. But, your supplies, a supply list, a supply category, maybe you have a idea for a supply. I've got a couple ideas for supplies, but I can't seem to get through to any people. So supplies. History is a big one with Dee Dee. She loves history. I like history too. I'm not sure how much I developed that. I'm going to leave it there, but I'm going to put it because Dee Dee had as a tab, and I do interest. It is nature. I'm not sure I'm going to use all of these, but these are ones I wrote down. Nature, history, news is one that I think I would develop. I'm very interested in the news, and not just political news, community news, things that's happening around me, things I read in the newspaper, things that our state might be considering, news. But then you can be local, you can be statewide, you have federal news, news like the fires in California. You might want to clip out. I was watching a YouTube video tonight of all the movie stars that lost their homes in the California fires. And I'm sure there's probably articles in the newspaper about it. It's not all, there is political news, but news is not just politics. So, and how much of the news that you read do you believe? You might circle things that you question, You might circle things that you don't question. Yeah, you're spot on there. So news. I'm not going to write all that down. I'm going to include that because it interested me. The other category that I probably will develop is letters. And I'm talking about written correspondence. And I'm not going to go into that much more, but I have ideas. I have my own past videos that I've done letters with, but I'm thinking like letters that my brother wrote from Vietnam to my mother. My mother gave them all back to him, and he gave them all to me, and they're in storage in Wisconsin. I have a letter that my my great-grandfather wrote to my grandmother. I have a copy of that letter that I got from my cousin. I have a copy of one letter that my grandmother wrote to my dad just before he was getting ready to marry my mom. And I have that letter, and she wrote it in pencil on tablet paper. And I really need to make a copy of that letter because it's going to fade if I don't. I've got to put my hands on it. It's with my brother's Vietnam letters. I used to write really, really long letters. I would write letters to myself. I would write letters to my friends. Letters interest me. Where am I at on this? I'm getting there. Natures, letters. I think I'm about done here because on the back, I think that was my last one, because I said think about my tabs and how I want to label them, and then I went into my calendar. So these are going to be my tabs. Let's see how many I got. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think Diddy had 30. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I don't think I have 30. 19, 20. Well, I might. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37. But some of them I may not develop. I'll put them in there, but I may not develop them much. Because I said I'm not sure how much I'll do on some of these. I don't know which one it was, but... so I'm going to make a tab page in my journal for each one. And that I'm going to make those tab pages. I'm talking about my approach to make them now. I'm going to make my tabs out of, if I can put my hands on it, it's probably behind me somewhere. Where did I put it? Over to the side? Yeah. Well, I'll grab it here. My tabs is going to be this parchment paper, because these are sheets I have left. I bought this for my slow stitch journal, and I've already done my slow stitch stuff, and I have all this left over. So I'll need 30 sheets. 1, 2, and the color of the sheet won't matter, but the color of the tab and the color of the category will. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and this stuff is pretty expensive. $9 for this. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I might have to combine some of my tabs. 15. I might have it. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 39. No, 40. I've got 40. I'll have 3 extra in case I miscounted. So these are going to be my tabs that I'm going to put in. I'm going to put them under, probably put them under this glass sheet and straighten them out a little. Or under a heavy book, because I don't like them worked like that. But these will be my tabs. And I'm going to have, like Dee Dee does, the name of the tab up here. Well, I'll need a contents page and I'll need an index page. So that'll be one for the contents page probably. If I can get 30 tabs on there, I might have to do it double-sided. Contents page, and I'll need an index. Oh, I just need 1 tab for the index and 1 tab for the, so that'll take up 2 of my extra 3. So I'll have 1 extra page if I use these. So this is what's going to go inside my journal. And I'll have a contents page. I'll have a contents tab page. And then I'll probably put the contents on pages in there. I still need folders and pockets. I'm debating whether to buy them or make them. You don't need a whole lot. I might have a couple of colored folders laying around. I don't know. Sometimes you can pick those things up at the thrift store. I haven't gone thrifting for a couple weeks. But I'll put, like here, I'll put contents. And I'm going to do it like Dee Dee did. And she has a color for each one of her tabs and the name. And I might put page numbers. Let's see, I'm going to write this down here. What did I count? 37 categories, 37 tabs, plus the contents page, and I like an index. I'm going to put an index. Now the contents will be all the tab names, and I probably won't put I'll probably have the contents here and the contents tab here, and then under the contents tab, what Dee Dee has is numbers for the subcategories, I think. That's how she does it. Now, I'm not going to go out and buy a whole bunch of alphabet tabs and a whole bunch of number tabs. I'm going to make my own tabs. But also, I want to include page numbers. I don't want to forget to number my pages because I'll need those for my indexes. Pages. And I'll probably do it like, well, like tab 1, A, or tab, or subcategory A, 1A, 1, something like that for numbering. Like this might be people. Well, that's a bad one. Projects. And then under projects, I might have journals. And that may be how I subcategorize these. It'll depend on what I put in here. But that's going to all be built off of these pages. And for my tabs, what I'm going to do is design. This is a to-do. Oh, I forgot a list. I got one more. Glad I got an extra sheet. I want a to-do list. A to-do tab. And then I'll have little boxes, and as I complete them, I'll check them off, just like I do in here, where I check things off with my little boxes. Like bind my journal. Bind my scribble journal. And I'm still going to write in all of this when Dee Dee does next Monday. It's kind of wobbly. But that's okay. I'm afraid to put, I could put something around that, not glue that down, just put something around there, might steady it a little bit more. But when I write on it, I have a board that I write on and a clip on that, so that'll hold it. I'm not going to worry about it. It's a scribble journal. So I'm going to put, as a to-do is design and create my tabs. So that's a to-do. My tab pages, colors for, let's just tab. I'm going to put pages, which are these. Pages. The tabs over here. And then I'm going to, what I got into here with the 1A, 1A in here was the numbering. Because I want page numbers for my index. And so, and colors. Everything has to have a relatable color. So, for projects, I might have the color gold. Gold for projects, for my contents page, gold for my tab page, gold for my sub-tab. Well, she does numbers, but I'm thinking about doing words for my and for my sub-tabs. And then on my tabs myself, like if I'm going to design these with a graphic design, like say it's journals. Say journals is one of my sub-tabs. And then I might have a little book in here like this. And I can do this. And I'm going to make this tab, it's not very easy to see it because I used the scrap paper to do this. But this tab was done out of sticker paper. And that's how I'm going to print off my tabs on my printer. And I'll have, let me flip the page here. We'll just do a journal tab. It'll look like this. And I'm going to write the word journals. And it will be in gold, though all my sub-tabs will be the same color. I'm not going to number them. I could, but... And then over here, I'm going to have a picture, a little graphic picture of a little journal. Like that. Or it could be a stack of books. Or that would probably be reading. You know, something like that on there. My calendar, I could put a little 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 to 31 in there. Just a little calendar type thing. Calendar. Oh, and then this, when I designed my tab, I screwed it up there, but like I'll have that tab. This is my sheet of sticker paper. And across here, ignore that line. This is my sticker paper. And then across here, I'll have the tabs. And then I'll have them come like that. But they'll be this, you know, sized for my pages. So as many as I can get across here, I'll print off. And I might make a blank set first, and then I'll go back in, and they'll all be the same size. I'll cut and paste. And then you'll write your word journal here, or we'll just put tab, and then you'll reverse it here, tab. And then after you print it off and cut it out, you'll fold it in the middle and put it on your paper. That's how I'm going to do that. I think I'm excited about that. So that's kind of my approach to how I'm going to do my tabs and contents and index. I still have to do it. In the meantime, I'm still using my old Society of Idea Collector. This may not get done until March, but that's okay with me because Dee Dee's going to go through March. However long she goes, I'll be working. She's got more categories that she's going to talk about. So this is just me getting it organized. I'm really excited about this. And I'm really kind of following Dee Dee's lead on this. On my other journal, I just opened up well, you saw my other journal. I just worked out of what was actually a sketchbook. But now talking about the journal, let me quit talking for a while and read chat. And then we'll talk about the journal cover. Let me get a drink of water. We get Dee Dee out here. I mean, Penelope. Got Dee Dee on the brain. Becky said something was yesterday. That's where I left off with chat. I don't know what was yesterday. They were talking about temperatures. Let me refresh chat and go down to the bottom and read up. And thank you guys for sticking with me. It's almost 7 o'clock. Let me go to top messages. I know I get off into the little bubble when I'm talking about these things, but you almost have to when you're thinking through that stuff. I can't chat to you and think about this at the same time. I lose my train of thought. Let me go to all messages. And some of you are really not interested in Society of the Ideal Collector. That's perfectly okay. I lost my way here. All messages. That's perfectly okay. This is just something that we like to do to help us get ideas and remember things and develop what our interests. And it's just a method that we like to do. Not everybody likes to do it. And that's okay. You do you. I want to do me. Tim Holtz used that expression in one of his last chats that he had. He was focusing about where he's going to take his focus next. And he says, I want to do me. You do you, and I want to do me. I like how he said that. I want to do me. He said, I need some time for myself, is what he was saying. Let's see. Linda is here. Linda Veal. Do I know you, Linda? I know Linda Renz. Are you a new Linda to me? She says, hey, hi, Messy Palette. Jacqueline says, I just got in from gathering leaves. It's cold out there. You are gathering leaves? Jacqueline, are you in Ohio? Are you in Ohio, Jacqueline? Why do I have you in Ohio? I have you off in Ohio. Oh. She said, this is my first time. Well, welcome in, Linda. Glad to have you join us. You popped in. This is Penelope, my pincushion doll. She's kind of my studio mascot. And you're looking in at a close-up version of my desk. Usually I'm not that close up, but I was writing in that little scribble journal, so I zoomed in. I'm going to leave. Sometimes I just leave Penelope out here while I'm chatting to keep us company. Welcome in, Linda. What type of art do you like? What are you into? Are you into any types of art? Or even what type of hobbies? We'd like to know. We're an art group. Jacqueline is doing eco-printing. She's going to have a eco-print paper sale on the 17th. I'm looking forward to that, Jacqueline. She's getting ready for it. Tina's here. Hi, Tina. Tina's down in Florida. Jacqueline says, yes, I'm in Ohio. Tina's down in Florida. Good to see you in here, Tina. Let's see. Messy Palette is over in Australia. I don't know. It doesn't matter where you're from. It's how I relate to you. Angie says, hi, Linda. Oh, this is where Linda came in. Tina says, hi, Angie. Good morning. Angie says, good morning, ladies. Angie says, Meri, you are still going. I don't know how you do it, and I'm younger than you. Yeah, I couldn't sleep last night. When did I start? How many hours have I been going? Let me check my camera here. I've been going 4 hours, and I'm going to go until 9. So I've got a couple more hours, an hour, 2 hours. I'll go 6-hour stream really isn't that bad. But I couldn't sleep last night. I'm still wide awake. I couldn't go in there and go to sleep. I couldn't do it. That's how I do it, Angie. I don't. Brenda says, same. I don't know. I ignore. Tina says, good morning. Kimberly's here. Tina's here. War letters. Yes, Tina. Oh, look. Tina's giving all some categories. Current events, trending story. Oh, this is from the news. Current events, trending stories, the weather, sports, war letters. Those are really good categories. Those are good things that would follow under the news. And good morning, Tina. Thanks for popping in with all those ideas. You get me on back on track here. The comics too. Got to include the comics and clippings. I like to say clippings. Like I ran across the clipping the other day of what was it? Well, there are clippings about things like and this wasn't the other day. This was a year or so ago. But when I was a young girl, we'd always go shopping in the town where my brother and I go get groceries now. And but my mom used to take us up there shopping, and she'd always park on the corner where there's this Rexall drugstore. And you know, the blue and orange Rexall sign, they had one of those neon signs on the corner and everything. It was just a perfect, if you ever have seen a vintage picture of a Rexall drugstore, that's how it looked. And just about a year or so, probably about 2 years ago maybe, I'd have to research the exact time, it burned down. It was so sad. But I did, when I came back from Wisconsin to here, I did a watercolor of it. I did an urban sketch of it, and I'm so glad, because it's no more. And I think I saved that clipping. It's things that happen locally. Our newspaper, our daily paper, my brother likes to get it. And then after he reads it, I grab it. He reads the Good at Working Crossword Puzzles. I just shake my head. I go, you mean you figured all that out? I'm better at the Sudoku puzzles, but he's really good at the crossword puzzles, and he gets the paper, and he says, I glance at the headlines, and then I work the crossword puzzle and read the funnies, and he's done with it. So I pick it up, and they have a Today in History category where they show, you know, way back into a couple of centuries ago and current, or in the 1800s, and then local stuff in my area. They'll have a section of local stuff, and then they'll have more national, just little categories, little events, I guess you could say. And of course they'll have the weather and stuff like that. Court cases, who's getting married, and there's no Mr. and Mrs. went to visit Mr. and Mrs. in this paper. You know, it's not that local, but they do have, you know, pictures of bride and grooms and anniversaries and club meetings and events like garage sales and of course there's always the one ands. It's kind of an interesting paper. It's a nice little local paper. It's not very thick. You can sit and read it, the whole thing, in an hour. So good morning, Tina. Thanks for popping in. Becky says, I don't want to join something not knowing what they are. I don't know what she's talking about. Let me read up. Football is Joe Burrow. He's cute. Brenda says, out the door to follow Bo to the co-op to drop my truck off for new brakes and then take him to work. I'm going to take Meri along for company. Oh, we're going to go get brakes. She's probably there and gone, there and back. Becky, I got some invites too. I don't know what they are. Let's see. Becky says, does anyone know about the broadcast channels are about? I keep getting invitations. You know, I've gotten a couple of those. I joined a couple, of them. I can't remember the one. Was it Somerset? One of the art magazines sent out one. They're kind of, you know what they are, Becky? They're kind of like text messages, only they come in your Facebook message group. They're kind of like little, I joined the positive, what is it? The positive quotes broadcast. And you get a quote a day and you might get a little picture with it. Yeah, I don't blame you for not wanting to join something you don't know what they are. I would go look at them on Facebook if you were at all interested in it. I think I joined an art one too. I turned down a couple. I can't remember which ones I turned down, but I do get those on Facebook. I think it's a new thing they're trying. It's kind of like they're doing their text, their Facebook message text, like in their Facebook messages. That's how I interpret it. It's kind of newsy stuff. And you can like it, or, put your little like symbol by it. And I don't know if you can respond to it or not. I'm not sure. I never responded to one. But I do get those. I've joined a couple of them. Kimberly says, good morning. Oh, there's Joyce. Good morning, Joyce, if you're out there listening. Joyce Boring's here. They said good morning. I appreciate it when you guys welcome each other in, because you see how I got off into my rabbit hole with the tabs, because I was so interested in it, and I'm getting hoarse from talking. I should do some arting. We're going to in a minute. Let's see. Brenda says, my daughter bought everyone watches for Christmas. She gave her daddy a 100-year-old railroad pocket watch. Wow. I told him he can't carry it around in his pocket. It's really nice. I want it to stay nice. She should have bought him one to keep and one to wear. I got my dad when he was still alive. I think I still have that pocket watch. I don't think I brought it home with me. I got him a dear one. And it was just, I got it when I was in high school. I bought it for Christmas for him. It was a cheapy thing. I couldn't spend a lot of money for it, but I was working part-time, and I bought him a pocket watch for Christmas. And do you know what he did with that pocket watch? He tied a shoelace around it, or around the little, where you have the winder and there's a little holder. He tied an old brown shoelace around it, and he wore that thing on his overalls. And even into probably to the day he died, he wore that old pocket watch on his overalls. It's one of my memories I have of my dad and pocket watches, Brenda. You brought back memories. Let's see, Kimberly says, plant my seeds. They're right here, Kimberly. They're right here. I'm going to plant them. We were talking about yard and garden. Where are they? They're here. I have them. Right here. A gift for you. She says, plant this summer zinnia seeds. And I'm going to, because, this is the gift from Cheryl. Cheryl sent me this. Oh, and I have 2 cards to open. I'll open those in a minute. These are Kimberly's zinnia seeds, and I was reading in the Mary Jane magazine where this lady wrote in, and she said her mother bought soil and put it out, put the bags of soil, dumped it out in a pile out in the yard. And every year she puts zinnia seeds in there. And they're really beautiful. That's what she said. And I said, this summer, I'm going to get a bag of really nice soil, and I'm going to put Kimberly's zinnia seeds in it. And I think with zinnia seeds, my experience with zinnia seeds is you have to plant them. I have tried to grow zinnias as seedlings and transplant them, and every one of them die for me. I think with zinnia seeds, you have to plant them in the ground. And, but I put all that fabric landscapes. We have such a problem with the weeds. And around middle of July into August, it gets so hot, I can't stand it out there to weed all of that stuff. So in October and November, I put all that landscape fabric down. And what I'm going to do this spring is just fold back a little of that, like it's 6 foot wide. And I'm going to fold back a part of it and just make a row of whatever flowers I want to put in there. And I'll make a row for your zinnias. My brother said I could have the garden space. He's done gardening. He says he just wants a little space for his tomatoes and his zucchini and his cucumbers, I think. That's what he's going for. I pushed Penelope out of the way. Sorry, Penelope. Yeah, I got him here, right here. I think of you often when I go over here and explore this side of my desk. Oh, I remember that doctor bag. You remember the doctor bag? Yeah, it's a big old thing. It's over there in the corner of my room, over on the corner shelf. I don't know what I'm going to do with it. I'll have to get ideas for it. Becky says, end of the day, evening. Today's word is eventide. Oh. Jacqueline says, you could urban sketch the thrift building. You know, I have done that up in Wisconsin. They had a Habitat for, was it Habitat for Humanity? Oh, I think they called it up there, they called it, was it it wasn't a Habitat for Humanity because that's more architectural. This was another, it wasn't just it was a thrift store, but I want to say it had connections with Habitat for Humanity, but I don't think it was like their architecture stuff, their building stuff. I can't remember the name of that store or what the association was, but I know they had really neat window displays. And at that time, the building sat on the corner and I could park at an angle. And if I went early enough, I could park and urban sketch the windows and all the displays in the window and the reflection in the window. I have some urban sketches of those. But yeah, I like to urban sketch windows if I can get close enough, because I love the reflections. Because not only do you see the window, you see the street behind it. It's really cool stuff. Let's see. Jacqueline said, well, I've used up all my leaves. When the sun comes out, I'll go out and prowl for more. I love to eco-dye. Well, she's already been out and back in, and she said it was cold out there. Becky said, mind mapping for me takes all the fun out. Too analytical. I'd rather just play with my supplies. And that really surprises me with you, Becky, because you are such a precise person. I almost would put you in the same category as Denise, but you have this thing about mind mapping that you go very right-brained with Dee Dee, where you like to slap things in. And, you are doing kind of what do I want to call it? Not an intentional mind mapping. Your mind is always working. You're mapping, but you're not sitting and planning it out. You're very, I want to say intuitive, but that isn't the word. I'll think of the word in a minute. But it's okay to mind map that way, or even to think that way. You probably don't like to call it mind mapping. But when you say, I'd rather just sit and play with my supplies, while you're playing, your mind is working. While you're playing, what are you thinking when you play? Your mind says, oh, I like this color. How would it work with that color? Or if I take a dart here when I'm sewing, or if I put this on this bag, on this pin on this bag, where do I want to put it? But you don't go into the analytical part of like, who made this well, you might say, who made the fabric, where did I get it, but you just don't write it all down. I used to be a programmer, Becky, and I was actually an analyst. So that's probably why, and I'm a very right-brained person. But I'm kind of in the middle of the road. I love the mind mapping. I love the search for ideas. To me, it's like a big puzzle I'm putting together. I love to watch things come together. But on the reverse side of that, you can watch things come together by just playing around with your supplies. And like Becky says, I'm just having fun with my supplies. That's okay. I want to say that's a very, I almost want to use the word instantaneous, but this side can be instantaneous too. I want to say instantaneous or living. I almost want to call it a living. It's an alive. It's a very, I want to say a alive mind mapping. It's you're doing it while you're living it. You're living your mind map. You're not planning it out, you're living it. I'm searching for the right concept here. But I love geometry. I love to prove theorems. I never liked algebra, and I'm rotten at math. And it kind of surprises me that you don't like the analytical, because you are so good at math. You are so good at figuring things out and putting the good things together precisely. You outdo me there. You know, I sit down, I have to draw it on a piece of paper if I'm trying to figure out an arithmetic problem. And then I probably get it wrong because I wrote my 5 like a 3. So, but it's okay to do it that way too, Becky. It's okay. It's okay not to enjoy mind mapping. I think I would, in that sense, I would put you on Denise's side of the fence. Not that she's very analytical, but she really didn't. She took a whole different approach to it than what Dee Dee did, and it's okay either way, because you're being creative no matter what you do, no matter how you approach it. The other reason I like mind mapping and as a part of Society of Idea Collectors is you write it down. Like, I could sit here and play all day and walk away and forget what I did because I have a rotten memory. I love to go through, and you do too, probably, if you put things down on paper and you go back and look through your old journals, you go back and look through old magazines. But I like to go back and look through my old thoughts, and, sometimes I think about things, or I love to try something, or I'd like to learn about something, like, for instance, Latin. Latin is something that I have been wanting to learn more about for the last 3 or 4 years. But I walk away and I forget all about it. And then I come back to this mind mapping stuff and I look at one of the tabs and I go, oh, I wanted to learn more about Latin. So I like the, maybe not precisely mind mapping, but I like the Society of Idea Collectors. And I like it that it helps me think things through. Not that I don't think things through living, so to speak. I do, but I like to sit down and put it on paper, write it down so I can come back and refer to it. But not everybody's like that, and that's perfectly okay. You do you. You be you, and I'll be me. I want to be me, and I want you to be you. So, you do you. Because here's the thing. If I tried to do Dee Dee, and I learn a lot from Dee Dee. I get inspired from Dee Dee, but I can't be Dee Dee. No way could I come up with some of the things she comes up with. And I love to listen to her talk. I love her little isms and her little, they're like her wingnut book. I would have never thought of a wingnut book. I do have this little hint book now when I'm working on something, you said, well, I would do it this way. I might put it down in my little, and I should put that in my Society of Idea Collector. Do I have a helps and hints? I have something like that, but I don't think I called it helps and hints. I have recipes. So it's okay to do it that way, Becky. You do you. Let's see, Teresa says, enjoy lunch. Anita went to lunch. Brenda says, the back and forth of Dee Dee and Denise interaction was fun to watch and listen to. Yes, it was. I enjoyed that. I enjoyed that a lot. I loved to listen to, and I had trouble at first figuring out whose hand belonged to Denise and whose hand belonged to Dee Dee. And I was watching Denise talk to Dee Dee about something. She was trying to slow her down, and she would do just like a teacher would. I've had teachers say, reach over and, Dee Dee's over here talking away and sharing, and Denise reaches over and says, whatever she wants to say, and she kind of puts her hand over there like, all right, I want to talk now. I mean, that was my interpretation. She probably really wasn't doing that, but that hand talking that they do together. And Dee Dee says, you can't have any more of my Post-it notes. You're going to use them all. I need some for my... and then watch Denise put those Post-it notes down there. So nice and neat. The pink one up there and the blue one there. Then Dee Dee says, here, you can have this one. And it's a little slender one. So I do think Denise, I think she's creative. I think there's a blend in there. But I can see the very analytical part of her. Not that Dee Dee isn't analytical, because you have to have a certain amount of analysis to come up with this whole concept that she's come up with. All right, what else are we talking about out there? Anina says hello. Hi, Teresa. If you're out there listening, I completely missed you. She says, good morning, Meri and friends. She probably thought, Mary's rattling away. Yakety yak yak yak. Yakety yak yak yak. Take out the dog and bring in the cat. Rackety yak yak yak. Messy palette. In December, Brenda says, we were at 90 on a Monday, and by Saturday down in the 30s. Monday, 12 degrees. We can have all 4 seasons in the same week. Becky says, again, Meri is talking about yesterday's Dee Dee stream. Yeah, it is yesterday now, isn't it? To me, it's all one day, Becky, because I didn't go to sleep. It's all one day. It's still today for me. That's what you meant by saying it was yesterday. It was yesterday, but you had a sleep in there. I didn't have a sleep. So my Monday and Tuesday are let's see, how do I say that? Manuste? It's all one day. It's Monday run into Tuesday. It's Muse Day. It's Manuse Day. Muse Day. It's Muse Day. M-U-S-E Day. Oh, dear. Becky's got to keep Meri on track. 31. And that's okay, Becky, to keep you on track. I don't mind. 31 is negative 0.5, not negative 5. Oh, okay. See, Becky is very analytical. But she's analytical, I think, on the fly. She catches a lot. Becky catches a lot. Like I can do my arithmetic, and Becky says, that's wrong, Meri. Allie Kay's like that, too. Becky, she talks about being too analytical with the mind maps, but she's pretty analytical. She catches a lot. So, Becky, pay attention to your analysis. Let's see, Brenda says it's 19 Fahrenheit there. It's 7 a.m. in Ohio. And I think I'm caught up with you guys. I'm going to go down to the bottom. Angie wrote in caps. Oh, dear. What are we talking about? Oh, Tina wrote. Tina says, I wish I could have been into arting when I lived in southern Florida. Their Habitat for Humanity had boxes of old vintage photos. Oh, my. She says, I'd love to have my hands on them now. Oh, I don't blame you. If wishes were fishes, we'd have some to fry. If fishes were dishes, we'd have plenty to dry. You know, there are wishes too. When I moved around a lot, after I lived with my parents and after I was out working, I worked a lot of contract jobs. So I moved around a lot. And I got rid of a lot of my old papers, a lot of my old college papers, a lot of my old high school papers. I'd love to have them around. I'd love to have them around now. I have a few of my old things I wore back in college. I remember when I was out working, I ripped up a lot of my college clothes and cut them up and made scraps out of them, just little. I guess I thought I was going to quilt. I don't think I ever used them. I don't know whatever happened to them. But I saved a few things. And it's still up in Wisconsin. I have a poncho. When I was a freshman in college at the university, I was with a group that went down to Mexico. At that time, it was safe. I don't want to say it was drug-free, but it was pretty safe to go down there. And I went with a group of people, and my girlfriend and I bought these wool ponchos. And when they got wet, they smelled like sheep. But I bought a pink one, and she bought an orange one. And I never could figure out why she bought an orange poncho. But I guess that was the color she liked. But I still have that poncho. And what else do I still have some clogged shoes. They're up in Wisconsin too. Those clogged shoes, I went about 4.5 years to the university, and then I dropped out and went to business school. And I should have finished my bachelor's, but I didn't. I dropped out, and I completed my business school. I went into the legal assistant program, and I finished that. But at that time, after I finished that, I worked for an attorney for a summer. And he gave me a bonus, and I took that bonus money, and I bought this pair of clogged shoes that were real popular in the 70s. I still have those clogged shoes. And that was probably in about 75, so let's say 85, 95, 2005, 2015, 2025. Those shoes are 50 years old. Those are vintage shoes. Anything that's under 99 years is vintage. They're not antique yet. Angie says, I don't have anything in mind. I don't do good on my things. All but my cards. I love making them. I have made some cute cards on my Circuit Joy. I have to learn how to do them on there. Well, Angie, you do what you love to do. Do what you love to do. If you don't do a lot of things, if you're stuck on your cards, you do your cards. This Society by Duke Collector is to inspire people to do what they love to do. You know, we're different people. We like different things, and that's okay. You know, if you don't have anything else in mind, if you're not interested in anything right now, but here's the thing. You could take your cards and look, you're learning about your Cricut Joy. You're learning how to operate it. You're learning the supplies that you have to have. You're learning about this. You're learning about that. You said you have to learn how to do your cards on there. So, you know, you do you. But, yeah. Don't feel like you have to do us just because we're doing us. But the thing of it is, we're going to do us. You know, I love going into all this stuff and exploring. When I look at all those categories, I get an idea, and I think I've said this before, I get an idea of my personality, where I'm at, what things interest me. Not just my personality, but the kind of the things I enjoy. I mean, there's more to me than, oh, and that reminds me, I left out a category. I was going to include a spiritual category. I'll write it down later. Remind me. I want a spiritual and a Bible category. And that probably would be a private one. But that could be something like, how far have I got it, or what studies am I doing? Am I reading? I started reading the Bible 5 chapters at a time this year, but I dropped it because I got into other stuff. Dropped it after 3 days. But I could pick it up at any time. You don't have to finish even a book. I'm happen to be dwelling on the Bible right now, but let's just say you pick up and say, I'm going to read a chapter a day just so I can, or read a book a day. Let's say you never get a book a day read. Well, that doesn't mean that you have to put the book back on the shelf and not ever read it again, you know? So, I don't know what got me off on that. Oh, I want to put in that topic, but something got me off on that. I don't know. Let's go to the next one. Tina says, Aunt Beck, I've been to one of those in South Florida. They had dang near anything you could think of. Becky says, Habitat for Humanity sells more than building supplies. I've gotten yarn there. Yeah, our Habitat for Humanity, I don't think that store was Habitat for Humanity. It had another restore on it. I was trying to, and all I could think of was Habitat for Humanity, which, because of where I live now, it's all building supplies. So we don't have much in the way of other things. It might have a few things. It might have a little table. I think I saw a little table of stuff in there. But most of it is like tile and doors and cabinets and stuff that they can use when they're building houses. That's what it is in the one that I went to here locally. Let's see what else is going on. And that's why I associated it with that. Tina says, Eventide, non-archaic, literary, the end of the day or the evening. They're examining the word eventide. Tina says, I'm definitely going to grow more tomatoes this summer. Yes. My cherry tomatoes, I don't know what it is. I go to the garden. My brother has commented on this too. We go to the garden and say, we want to the Earl May even. We want cherry tomatoes. Well, they're over there, and they sell them as cherry tomatoes. You grow them, and they're not cherry tomatoes. They're salad tomatoes. They're at least ping pong ball size. We want a cherry, not a ping pong ball, or a. When I lived with my parents, they lived down along the Little Blue River, and I grew some. I was between jobs. In fact, my stuff was still out in Colorado. Got all that home. But they had, because they lived close to the Little Blue River, which is along the Oregon Trail, by the way, but the soil was sandy. And they grew really good asparagus down there. I'd love to have an asparagus patch. Our neighbors have an asparagus patch. I'd love to have that. But I also grew this cherry, I had two of them, cherry tomato plants, which were the real cherry tomatoes. And boy, I'll tell you, they must have grown 6 feet high. They were huge by the end of summer. They were huge, and they were beautiful red cherry tomatoes. And that's what I want. And I go to Earl May and I get these ping pong ball sized tomatoes that I just as soon eat my brother's tomatoes off of his tomato plants. Yeah, but tomatoes are good things to grow. I want to grow flowers. My brother likes to grow tomatoes. He likes to grow his zucchini, and his cucumbers are his things. And I put that we had a terrible problem with morning glories taking over. And boy, I'll tell you, wherever there was a morning glory patch, I'd put landscape fabric down. I'm trying to kill all those morning glories, which are beautiful flowers, but they strangle your plants. They strangle your plants because they need something to climb on. And we have a little grate there, but it climbs there and then it reaches over and twists itself around the plant. So I'm hoping by mulching the tomato plant and landscaping around the patch where the morning glories are so bad will help kill them down a little. I'm trying to think of that plant it's a purple plant. I can't think of it. I grew them to seedlings last year, and they grew real good in the house, but when I transplanted them outside, they all died. And I wanted them for the dye. But I'm going to try the PT this year if I can find the seeds. I'm going to have to start checking here pretty soon. I'm going up. Let's see what else to say. Oh, what a sweet memory about your daddy and the pocket watch. Yeah. Yeah. I have that pocket watch. It's up in Madison with all my other treasures. Yeah. It is a sweet memory. And those are the kind of things you want to write down. Just little things. The sweet memory of the thing that I remember he got me. When I got older, he didn't get me much. But when I was probably about in 4th or 5th grade, I wanted a bicycle so bad. I was probably in 2nd grade or 3rd grade. It was a little younger than that. And I can remember being out on the front porch. And I can remember, I had no idea where my dad went or what he did. But I can remember saying to myself, I remember it just like it was yesterday. I'd be the happiest girl in the world if I had a bicycle, a real girl's bicycle. I had a little bicycle that had training wheels on it, a little 24-inch bicycle. I wanted a big girl's bicycle. And I can remember saying, I want a blue, real girl's, big girl's bicycle. I'd be the happiest girl in this whole wide world. And that very day, it was just like my wish came true. He brought home a blue big girl's bicycle. I was the happiest girl in the world. Probably for the rest of the summer and the next year, because I love that bicycle. I'd paint it every year, blue. Blue enamel paint. My brother would paint, my brother had a boy's bicycle, a red one. And we would ride our bicycles in the summertime, all day long. You know, all day long. My mom would, the sun would be going down, and my mom said, you stand at the door and say, it's time to come in now. Those are memories. Those are memories. That was probably about the best gift my dad ever gave me. My mama was good at those hard crossword puzzles, Tina says. She's got a great vocabulary. Yeah, I think it takes a certain verbal mind. You know, because you know what I get tripped up on? I don't know who the latest movie director that directed such and such a movie. I don't follow the movies. I don't follow the directors. You know, and I do get some words if they're simple enough. But I'm more of a numbers person. I can count from 0 to 9. And with Sudoku, that's as far as you need to count. I like logic a lot. You have to have a little bit of logic with Sudoku. I like logic. That gets into the analytical stuff again. Let's see, Tina says, me too, Mary. I'm good at Sudoku. My mama, like your brother, liked the crossword puzzles. Yep. Jack Sprat could eat no fat, and his wife could eat no lean. So together they tore up the newspaper and licked it clean. Didn't lick it clean, read it clean. Worked on that, yeah. I don't work Sudoku on the newspaper so much anymore. I used to when I first come down here, but now I work on them online. I used to buy the books, the little Sudoku books. I should do that again. I think I spilt coffee all over one and that ended it. Let's see, what else is going on? Tina says, and the newspaper puzzles, crossword puzzles, Sudoku, yeah. Let's see, Angie said, you came on at 4:30 my time because I was the first one in chat. No, I came on much earlier than 4:30. Was it, well, 3:30 my time? It might have been, well, let's see. How long have I been on now? I'm chattering away. I've been on 4 hours and about 4:45 minutes. So it's 7:40 now. Yeah, I guess. I think it was more like around 3 o'clock, though, my time. I'll know when I sign off. I'll do the arithmetic. It was around that time, Angie. I'm scrolling back in chat. I'm chatting about stuff that you guys have long flown by. Jacqueline says, I've never done file folders, but everyone really wants them. I'm nervous. Oh, yeah. I think it was Colleen who asked Kimberly if she would eco-dye file folders. Now, are you doing the, Jacqueline, are you still out there? Are you doing the mini file folders? I would start with those first, if you can get them or even cut them down. I know, Jacqueline, you'll do your first batch, and hopefully they'll turn out so good you'll say, oh, these are fun. Let's do some more. Or they might be like Meri said, I think I'm going to have to fake it. I did. Is it over here? No, I threw it in the box. I followed Shannon Green's eco-dyeing, and hers turned out, so she went to like the garden center and picked up leaves off of the ground and everything, and she did beautiful eco-dyeing, and I thought, well, I can do that. And so I went out and gathered all my leaves, and this was separate from what I did with K3N, because I did Shannon's first, and I did not mordant anything, but that was paper. You really don't need the mordant paper. But anyway, I pulled it all out and nothing worked. I maybe got a little smudge here and there. And so I said, well, this isn't good. I said, you know what I'm going to do? I got my leaf out, I put it on my paper, and I brushed ink. I didn't spray ink. I brushed ink over that leaf until I got a print. And then you could also put ink on your leaf and smash it down. I faked my eco-dye. It was fake eco-dyeing. But you know, the papers look good now. I mean, they look good enough. They look like they've been eco-dyed. Because I used walnut ink, which is an eco product. I didn't use acrylic or watercolor or anything. Linda Veal says, gift baskets and card making. Oh, Linda Veal was new in here. She's probably long gone. But she said this is her first time here, and I asked her what she liked to do. And she said, gift baskets and card making. Gift baskets. How cool is that? How many of you make well, I know Becky's made gift baskets before. I don't make many gift baskets. Mostly because I don't have anybody to give them to. My nephew's wife is a realtor. She's done gift baskets for her clients. I don't do many gift baskets. I could do one for myself. Pack it up in a box and say, open this next Christmas. And then I'll open up and say, ooh, who gave me this wonderful acrylic paint? All right, I'm going to go back down to the bottom. Jacqueline says, Meri, I just sent you a picture of it. Oh, let's see what she sent me. Where's my phone? Can I show it, Jacqueline? It's turning out so good. Yay! Can I show it on here before I go in here and look at it? Can I show it? Surely you want me to show it, so if you're going to sell it. She says, heck yes, show it. Okay. I'm still in my YouTube here. Let me get out of my YouTube. She sent me, hold on. Messenger. You sent it to me a messenger, right? I don't see you. Did you send it to me in email or messenger? How did you send it to me? See above. You tried to grow. Oh, Indigo. Thank you, Becky. I love Becky. She just fills in all my blanks. Sometimes things just go right over my head, and Becky catches them and says, Meri, see above. It's up there. You tried to grow indigo last year. Thank you, Becky. I love you. It's killing me. How did you send that to me? Oh, Instagram. Okay. Let me look. Let me look on Instagram. It's probably in my notifications. Here, Jacqueline sent a photo. Oh, wow. Let me get out of YouTube again and pop back in. Can I expand that? look at this. Let me stand up and show it to you. It's beautiful. And that's a file folder. That's on a file folder. Oh, that's beautiful. And that's just when you went out into the yard and gathered the leaves out in the yard. Maybe not this morning, but recently. Wow. Do more, Jacqueline. Make more. We want more, more, more. Oh, Jacqueline, I'm so glad it turned out. Look at that beautiful color. Oh my, I wish I could do dyeing like that. Isn't that pretty? Isn't that pretty, Jacqueline? Angie says she's got to go. She's taking her uncle to the store. Be safe, Angie. Be safe out there. Come home and take a nap. You did, those are from the leaves you gathered this morning in the winter in Ohio. And you did eco-dyeing from them. Wow. Was it a dry leaf? How dry was your leaf that you eco-dyed? Was it pliable or dry? Because we got a lot of dry leaves out there. Brenda said, I did a mixing bowl with utensils. Oh, she's talking about a gift basket. Brenda says, I did a mixing bowl with utensils and cake mixes for a bridal shower. I make gift baskets out of anything that will hold things. Wow, Brenda, that's cool. Wow. You should post some of your gift baskets and get us inspired. It still has snow on it. You brought in leaves that still had snow on them to eco-dye. Now there's the story. You used dry on too. So was it a dry leaf that had snow on it? It had to be a little bit pliable. And then she says, I used dry too. Well, maybe that's it. Maybe by wetting, because what I did for K3N turned out terrible. And what I did for Shannon, I don't remember soaking my leaves with Shannon. I don't know what, I might just had the wrong stuff. But with K3N, she told me to keep those leaves moist. So I did, between papers and moist. And I was waiting for that mordant to come in, that new mordant stuff that K3N used, aluminum lactate, I think it is. And I don't think it was the mordant, because what color I got out held real good. I'm happy with the coloring, but I didn't get any of the eco-dye, the shapes. I got a few here and there. But I'm going to use them, but I'm also mixing them with some of Rosemary's stuff that I have from a couple years ago, and from Jacqueline. I'm using those in my slow journaling. But now she's going to do I don't know, is that a large folder or a mini folder? It's beautiful, whatever it is. Last week I used dry. This week things were wet and snowy. How cool, Jacqueline. How cool is that? It's beautiful. It'll sell well. That will sell well. Do more. You got a crowd waiting for them. You know how it is when you have one unique thing. Everybody wants it. Everybody wants it. So you better do a stack of them so that you can share and share alike. Let's see. And I loved hearing about your gift baskets, Brenda. That's a cool thing. I'd love to see some pictures. She said, that's pretty. Brenda said, Bo dropped at work, back to co-op to drop off keys, now heading back home. I do gift baskets or bowls. I did a feed scoop for Bo at Christmas with gloves, coffee mug, coffee, cookies, and a book. Well, that's cool because you're putting like things together that they enjoy. You tried to grow indigo. I love Becky. She just fills in all my blanks. She's my arithmetic. Her and Allie Kay do arithmetic for me, and Becky fills in when I can't think of words. She'll call it up for me. Thank you, Becky. I appreciate that. Let's see, Mary, I just sent you a photo on Instagram. It's turning out so good. Wow. Jacqueline said she's still here. Becky said, what you tried to grow, Mary, was indigo. That's the other thing. Becky says, I'm trying to tell Mary that she tried to grow indigo. She goes right over her head. Sudoku is just a process of elimination. Yeah, there's a little bit of logic in there too. But it is a process of elimination. Like, I have the one here and the one here, so where does it go? Oh, I bet it goes in this middle column somewhere. Mary, look for grape tomatoes. They are smaller. Thank you, Karen. I will. Instead of saying cherry tomatoes, say grape tomatoes. Thank you, Karen. That's a really good suggestion. I did not know that. Look for grape tomatoes. Remind me in spring. I think I'll remember that, though, because I bought cherry tomatoes last year. I didn't like them at all. I didn't eat any of them. I didn't like them. They weren't juicy. They were, I don't know. I didn't like them. And this year, I planted them in a tub out by our back door, which I planted for the last several years. But they didn't do good last year. They weren't good at all. So this year, I think I'm going to plant them in the ground. Even though they can be patio tomatoes, I've grown them in the ground before. Let's see. Karen's here. Hi, Karen. Tina says, marigolds are pretty easy to grow, and aren't they edible? I don't know if marigolds are edible. Nasturtiums are edible. And nasturtiums are easy to grow too, but what you have to watch for with the nasturtiums make a nice salad food, but they also make a nice salad food for rabbits and cutworms. I learned that down at my mom and dad's house. I had a little flower pot out. My dad let me have a little corner of his big, huge garden. My dad loved to garden. And I planted some nasturtiums, and they were so pretty. I went out there one morning, and every one of them was cut off. They had cutworms. I said, Dad, you got cutworms. Oh, they killed all my nasturtiums. I'm going to try nasturtiums too. I don't know if they'll grow in this soil. Let's see, what else are we talking about there? Tina says, I haven't, Tina, you had talked to me about getting one of those arrow gardens. And I was going to do that last year, and then my money probably went off to Pearl and to all the resellers or the fabric sellers. She says, I had a few cherry tomatoes harvest are great, but after the skin gets so tough that they're just not delectable. I had big dreams for that arrow garden. So it didn't work out, or it did? Maybe I'll wait to see how it works for you this year. Let's see. Becky says, you should check back more often. Each time is something different. You can't judge by one trip. Oh, she's talking about the Habitat store. She's right. I should probably check that. But I don't think that they plan for not a huge, they have a little table. And I think that's all they put out. But I should check back more often and see what they have, because to be honest with you, it's on the same block in the same strip mall as the Goodwill store is. So I should pop in there sometime. It would not be out of my way. Becky makes a good point. Tina said good morning to Linda. Whatever they get into donations, they will sell it, Becky says. Angie says, I've made some envelope journals. I must do good on my bows because a lot of people Angie, she's probably asleep now, but people do like Angie's bows. And Becky's saying Habitat for Humanity carries everything. And we're back to where Angie says that she likes her cards. Let me go back down to the bottom. Tina says, I'm not too happy with the cherry tomatoes that grow in the arrow garden. The skin gets tough on them after a few harvests. You have to plant new seeds every 2 or 3 yields. Well, that's interesting. Huh. Becky says, the fellows are under the house. Becky's got men under her house. She's got men crawling underneath of her house. It sounds like I have huge rodents under there. Oh, dear. It'll all be over soon, Becky, and you'll have your house back, and you'll be happy in your house again. Becky says there's a bunch of edible flowers. I know nasturtiums. I'm not sure about marigolds, though. I think marigolds, they have a pretty weird smell. I think they'd have a weird taste, but maybe I'm wrong. Hollyhocks or marigold or morning glory, I don't know if you could eat those or not. You have to be careful. Research before you eat anything. I just know nasturtiums from the food magazine's articles that I've read. Okay, what time is it? It's 8 o'clock. Let's get out and Jacqueline, that's a beautiful, beautiful ecodian. Well, my cart is empty. My cart is empty, Jacqueline. We got to fill it up with ecodian. That's Jacqueline's shop. It's pinned up above. All right, let's get out the journal and I'll show you where I'm at on it and what I'm going to do and what happened to it. I'm not unhappy with it, but it needs a little help. And I laughed at Dee Dee because she said, she cut this journal all apart and then she put stuff all over it. She put plaster stuff on it. I'm going, it's paper mache. And it did dry. Let me zoom out because well, you can see a detail, but let me zoom out. What I did to this 3-ring binder, whoops, now you see my shirt. See my shirt? I got a plaid shirt on today. A flannel shirt. Whoops. I'm trying to get it focused here. Or, can you see all that? Yeah, there you go. Oh. Yeah, okay. You aren't going to see the detail on this, but it dried nice and hard, and the warp worked out. It's nice and flat. But what happened here is when it warped, because when they made this particular binder, what's under it? Oh, I'm setting it on it doesn't set flat. Maybe it sits flat this way. This thing doesn't go all the way down. Probably why they put it to Goodwill. It sits a little weird. Do I have it in there right? It sets a little weird. Oh, there, I didn't have it snapped close. But see, I took it down to the cardboard with the idea that when I put the paper mache on it, that I want to put on it, that the paper mache would stick to the cardboard. I knew there was bookboard under it because I could feel it. I knew this was bookboard. But I didn't expect the bookboard to be separate. If I took this piece off, you could see and took off my tape here, this bookboard would just fall out. What's really holding this binder together, other than the tape that I put on it, is the vinyl comes under here and holds it there. But what happened when I did this paper mache, which I do like, it warped it so much that the vinyl started peeling off over here. It didn't totally peel off, and I think I can take some of that duct tape and put there. I might tuck it under a little and just put it under and let that fall down, and I think that'll hold it. But the other thing that I'm kind of questioning, if you've ever done paper mache with tissue paper and not really mixed it up into a powdery or used a paper mache powder or anything like that, it's got some stiff plates. I love the texture, I also put some texture paste on here, some modeling paste that I got the recipe from Topaz Pearl Girl. I put that on there, and that's smooth in there, but it's really rough in here. And not only is it rough, it's scratchy and sharp. So what I thought I would do, if I can find what I brought out, was some sandpaper. And I might have to look for it. I had it in my hands this morning. And I thought I would sand some of those rough places down. But let me find my sandpaper. Hold on. I move things around so much while I'm talking. But yak, 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 yak. And then she's off on a rabbit trail and the sandpaper gets lost in the gutter someplace. I don't know what I did with it. Did it fall on the floor? I don't see it. Did I put it over here? Did it get over there with the stitch journal? No. Is it in there? Is it under it? Oh, it's got to be over here. Paper. It shouldn't be too far under because I didn't work with all this stuff this morning. Where's my sandpaper? Well, in the meantime, let's open these cards before it gets too late. I got 2 more Christmas cards in the mail, or cards. I don't know if they're Christmas. What did I do with that sandpaper? See, that's something that I need to work on. Because I get stuff out, I have it in my hand, I want to work on it, I put it down. Where did you put it, Meri? Someplace. And then I spend 10 minutes looking for my stuff. Hold on, Meri's mad at herself here. It's not there, it's not there, it's not there. Did I put it back in the box? I got it out of my box. My supply box. No. Is it over in this? No. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. Did I put it in here? No. Is it under my chair? No. It didn't fall over the cliff. I would have known. I don't know what I did with my sandpaper. I won't do the sandpaper unless I run across it. But what I'm going to do, what I want to do on this is sand down some of these sharp points here, because they are pretty sharp. They can scratch you. And let me get Penelope and my snow globe out of the way, or they're going to go over the cliff. I'll push this up a little. And then what I want to do for sure is take some of this, and I have to pull all of my pins out. Some of this tape. And I'm going to put it right down in here. And let's see, I want probably about that much. And I need a paper to put on it. And of course I don't have one. Yeah, I do. Here's one. So I'm thinking this doesn't have to go clear to the top. Maybe about to there and to here. So maybe cut it right about in there. And I'm going to have to figure out, I think I'm going to have to anchor it here first. Anchor it there and pull it from here. So look how strong this is. It's already hooked onto that. Now I probably have stretched it. Let's cut this. Where's my scissors? I'm mad that I lost my sandpaper. because I really did want to sand it today. I'm going to cut it about halfway through. And I always put a paper on the sticky side, a piece of scrap release paper, because if you don't, that tape can get all gum up your blades. And I always use these old scissors to cut this tape with. It's really sticky stuff. I'll put that back over there. And what I want to do, I'm going to pull this off now. And I don't care if it's not particularly straight, but I want to fit it as much, and I might have to pull up on it a little. Well, let's just pull it up. And I'll try to fit some in. I want to fit it right there. And you guys aren't seeing. Let me turn my camera. Did that help? I'm waiting for my camera to, yeah, there you go. You're seeing a little bit of my legs down here, but okay. And this is kind of one and done tape. If you don't get it totally straight, you can kind of work it in. Where's my bone folder? Right here. If you get some crinkles, you can kind of take your bone folder and smoosh them out. Not all of them work out, but that one worked out. This one is kind of crinkly. But I don't mind those too much. They generally work out. And then I'm going to bring this down. Boy, there. And I'm going to have to cut again here. Now I might put another piece, just kind of angle it that way. And I might just put some glue up there. And hopefully that, because I taped this, but I didn't tape the bottom here. I taped over here. No, I didn't tape there, but I'm not going to do the back. I think by getting this cardboard all wet was what caused that. And it's just got a little piece holding it, but I was going to put stuff around here anyway, so we'll see on that. Let's see, did I put a second piece on there? And put it down further. So some of this stuff I get myself into where I'm questioning whether this is really a smart thing to do. But you never know until you try this stuff. Is it going to work or isn't it? And sometimes I get myself, I'll get myself into a mess, like what I feel like I'm in now. But if I keep working at it, like what I'm doing here, I'll cut it down enough. If I keep working at it, I eventually like it. All right, now I need to pull, let me cut this piece off here. It's getting in the, and this is how it gums up my scissors if I don't have paper on it. All right, now I want to pull up on this. Well, I think I want to put this in first. Is this tape? This is tape here. Let's just pull up on this. Sometimes you get enough, you can just kind of, I think if I just put this right in here, is there any more? No. I'll just use that. I think it'll be okay. That'll hold it. And boy, I kind of feel that, but I don't think I'm going to let it bother me. That crinkle, maybe after I get the paper out, it'll smooth itself out. Let's take the release paper off. I'm just going to take it that far, and then I'm going to take this piece off. And I'm going to take this piece off and see how that wrinkles there. Let's see if I can't press that out a little. Sometimes with tape you can press out the wrinkles to where they're smooth again. And that did. It was the paper that was causing the crease. All right, let's put this down. And that down. And that is down, my friends. Now what I'm still dealing with is how I'm going to handle the edges. And it is a little warp there. Just a little warp though, not too bad. Not too bad. But I don't like it being so sharp. Oh, I want to save this piece. Throw these away. Put my foam holder back. Put my scissors back. I didn't use my old scissors like I wanted to. I used my Tim Holtz scissors, but they weren't my old ones. So I got them gummed up. See if I can't get that off. Now what I did with my red ones, they're there. I pulled out the wrong pair. So I'm pretty happy with that now. But what I'm not happy with is this. I'm not happy that I can't find my sandpaper. I had a whole package of it. There's the cards we want to look at. Here's the mat that I made for my, I have a, what do I have in here? This is just junk folder stuff for the junk journal stuff. These are papers that I'm working on for the FIBdiggity project. And I don't go any deeper because I didn't go down that deep when I started. It's not under anything. I did search though, so maybe did it fall down while I was reaching for papers? I'm going to get up and look on the other side. Or maybe I put it, sometimes I put it on the shelf. I don't see it there. I don't see it falling on the floor. I'm looking for my sandpaper. I'm just disappointed in myself because I really wanted to do that. Look over here. Sometimes it falls off of my cart onto the behind the wall here. Is that it? No, it's a card. And some papers. Now, what is this? A box or something. We'll look at it later. Well, I guess I'll move on. Because maybe if I just move on and quit thinking about it. I'm looking. If I move on and quit thinking about it, maybe I'll find it. Did it fall down with my trimmer? My trimmer out. Is that it? No, that's a paper pad. Okay, I give up. Can't you tell? I'm still looking. Huh. Blows my mind. What did I do with it? All right. Well, maybe I put it in that box. I looked in that box, so. Did you look down here? I thought I did. The more I look, the more I find. I found Christmas napkins that need to go with the Christmas stuff. But I haven't found my sandpaper. All right, I'll quit looking, I promise. A minute. Somebody pass Meri the sandpaper. They're saying. We've had enough of this business. Let's see if I got a little piece in here. I had a little piece that I had on my desk. Can I find it? Becky says. Meri has to go hunting. And I said, it's like a treasure hunt. It's like a treasure hunt looking in this box. You guys can't see what I'm doing. I'm looking for a piece of sandpaper. And I'm not finding it. All right, I give up. Grr, I hate giving up. You know what? I'll find it and I'll say, there it is. I haven't found it yet, though. So we're going to move on to something else. There's my parchment paper. It's just not here. Did it fall down now? Did it fall down? Ink pens and pencils. Notes. More notes. My slow journaling. My old Society by Book Collector. Sketchbooks. Society by Book Collector. All right. I maybe let me dig it myself out here. This is not going to happen. Grr. Not going to happen. Are you sure, Meri? Are you sure? I'm sure. All right, look at my desk. It's a mess. This is from the junk journaling. I'm working on that. Junk journaling. This is fussy cuts. That's the image for the I was just checking to see if it's over here and I'm missing it. I do not see it. Quit looking, Meri. All right, I'll quit. In a minute. I had to do something with it. That's what bugs me. But I moved all that stuff this morning. My slow stitch journaling. Did it get mixed up? This is my slow stitch. I'm making that journal. I moved it this morning. I'm just checking to see if it got mixed up in there. If it did, I'm not. Is that it? No, another journal. Another sketch pad. I'm not finding it. This is my slow stitch journal stuff that I'm working on. It's really going to be pretty when I get it bound. But I don't see where my sandpaper... The sandpaper was in a package. And that's what I'm looking for. I was thinking... I moved this off my desk this morning. I was thinking maybe it got hooked up in there. But it didn't. So let's just move it back. I'll find it after, and we'll work on it again Thursday. Let me move this. I need more space. This is my slow stitch stuff. Okay, let's go ahead and open cards. Put all my pins back. See, I get myself into these messes. Mess, 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 Meri. Put yourself into the messes. It might have fallen over the cliff. That's the only place I haven't looked. But I didn't hear anything go over the cliff. I used to have a little piece of sandpaper out on my desk, but I cleaned my desk off. When you clean your desk, you take things like that off because you'll never need it. It's just not here. I got Dee Dee's. I keep it in between watercolor paper. I need to put it with the rest of hers. Is Meri ever going to quit and come back? She's organizing her desk. All right, we're going to open. I'm going to set this aside. What I want to do next is sand this down. And what I'm going to do on here is the tree of life. I'm going to make a little tree. And that's the other thing I was looking for this morning is I have some modeling paste, some Crayola modeling paste that I'm going to use. And I'm going to make a little tree of life. And I'm going to glue it on. I'm going to form it and glue the leaves on. I'm going to put a little goat and a peacock and birds and animals and leaves and fish and all of that. I was going to do this same thing here over on the back. I don't think I am because this makes it heavy enough. It's not really heavy. It needs to be sanded. It needs to be sanded. Let me cut this off. This is scrap. And once I get it sanded, then I'm going to come in with all my little tree of life, and I'll probably paint it. But this was an experiment with paper mache. And the other experiment, and I should write this down in my Society of Idea Collector. The other experiment I did was making the paper mache itself out of paper towels, not newspaper. I didn't wrap strips of newspaper. I tore up little pieces of paper towel. All right, move on, Meri. We're done. She doesn't want to be done. She wants to finish it, but I do not see that sandpaper. I have 2 cards from, I think one's from Paint Girly, and one is from, sorry, this is late. Heather Thornton, known as Doodlebug. I tell you, I went through my address list and sent out Christmas cards, and now you guys are sending back. And look, it looks like somebody opened this card. Doesn't it look like this card has been opened? I didn't open this card. Look at that. I did not open it. It came through the mail that way. They tried to open it. It doesn't look, maybe that was the envelope, but it looks like somebody's peeked in it to see if there was money in it. Is there any money in there? That's probably what they were looking for. Well, Heather, hopefully you didn't send me any money. They probably felt it and said, oh, there's money in there. And they probably tried to open it and see. I should zoom back in so you guys can see. I had that big notebook there. Let me stand up. I'm going to peek over the cliff. I don't see anything over the cliff. Let me zoom in. Meri's disgusted. Karen said grape tomatoes aren't that juicy either. That's where I saw up there. My 2 cents about grape tomatoes, Brenda says, I had baby Roma potatoes in a pot on the porch. They were about 2 inches long and as big as round as a nickel. Thin skin and tasted. You liked baby Roma potatoes? I like Roma potatoes. I've never had baby Roma ones. That's how I find missing things. I buy replacements. We have to go to town this week. I think I'm going to probably buy some more sandpaper. I'll let you know Thursday. What time is it? What did I spend? 20 minutes looking for that? Karen said her experience with grape tomatoes. Becky said the electrical inspector from the city is coming out to do the final inspection on the electrical work we had done. She said, ugh. Tina says she misses Topaz Pearl. I do too, Tina. Bless her heart. I hope that she's up, I'm going to say her glory. I hope she's in her glory, and I hope that she's doing wonderful, wonderful art. You know, I wish the best for people that pass from this life. You know, I just hope that they found a much better life, a much better existence. I have my own faith. I'm of the Christian faith, and I zoomed in too much, didn't I? But you know, you can't help but wish good things for people that pass on. Even if they're not of your faith, you still wish them well. I think the Christian faith is what works for me. Even though I can't find my sandpaper, maybe I should pray about it. Lord, where did I put that sandpaper? He says, Mary, this is a lesson for you. This is your lesson to get better organized. I'm still looking for it. I'm thinking it might have slipped down. But here's some Post-it notes. But I don't see where it, I looked down there. I don't see, here's a key I think came with the goodies from Deb. I don't have keys out. I just don't know what I did with it. All right, let's open the mail. That hasn't already been opened. This card came from Heather. Oh, it's a manger. For unto you is born this day in the city of David a Savior, which is Christ the Lord. Luke 2:11. I love manger scenes. And this is probably what they thought was money. And look at this. Oh, I love it. It's a music. Oh, Heather, this is cool. Isn't this cool? I can put this in my December daily. It's a music. I can't read the words. It's too small for my eyes. And this, it says Liberties, Egalites. Am I reading it upside down? No, that's a couple of initials. Oh, look it, there's more. Oh, a newspaper. That's cool. Thank you so much, Heather. This one for sure will go in my December daily. And then she sent a pocket with goodies, a tree, and I think that's a deer. Is that a deer? No, that's a cat. That's a pretty Christmas cat. You can see it this way. But there's the plaid tree and a cat. Look, that cat's got a white face. It's carrying flowers. And what else did she send? A button. And another cat. Oh, I love the kitties. They belong with that tree, don't they? Thank you, Heather. Oh, no, that's just the way it's folded. Thank you, Heather. I appreciate that. These might go in my journal, too. I'll have to see what pages I have left. All right, this will for sure go in my Santa Claus box, for sure, and then I'll work out of that, because I think I got some other goodies in there. I don't want to get them lost. So I'm going to put the envelope with Heather's envelope. And this one, I think it's from New Jersey. I want to say it's from Paint Girly. Look at that washi tape. Isn't that cool washi tape? I almost don't want to tear it. Let's see if I can open it up at the top. Oh, my brother's up. I hear him coughing out there. I hear him coughing. All right. Oh, wishing you pronomate. It's a gnome. I don't know what she means. Wishing you a P-R-E. Oh, I think it means phenomenal. Wishing you a phenomenal. Wishing you a phenomenal with a gnome. It's a phenomenal Christmas, I think. It's cute. 2025. Wishing you a phenomenal 2025 written on the shoes. How cute. This is from Paint Girly. She says, January of 2025. Thank you for your continued support and encouragement and an inspiration too. Well, ditto, back at you. I pray 2025 is your best year yet. Thank you, Lori. You guys make it a good year. Look, she sent me a gnome sticker. Isn't that cute? Oh, thank you, Lori. Oh, how sweet. I'm going to put these in my Santa Claus box. Put the envelope in here. Oh, it's not an envelope. It's just a postal card. Okay. So, I still got a little time left, and I'm still going. Wait, what did I do with my Santa Claus box? Oh, I put it across the room. Did I put my Santa Claus? No, I don't see it. I'm not going to walk across it. What I want to do for the rest of the day, because maybe it'll settle me down a little, is, let me get them out. I have to get past the tab paper. This. What did I do with them? I'm missing everything. Well, we'll use this. I may not brought everything in. I thought I did, though. Excuse me a minute while I look here. No. I'm missing stuff. But we'll go with this because it's what I'm doing. I'm just not doing it here. I didn't bring everything in. This is the winter Mary Jane's magazine, the most recent one. What's in here? My scissors. And what I like to do with these Mary Janes after I read them, because I got such neat images, what I like to do is fussy cut my images and then mat them like this for journaling cards. And it's 8:30. I have enough time to take apart this magazine. This is the January 2025. So it's kind of Christmassy yet. And I'm going to go ahead and do it. Look at that clock. See, that's what I have trouble with. Is taking stuff apart. And I think the ones that I was taking apart are still out by my recliner because I've been doing some fussy cutting. but it was a February issue, and I'm going, oh, I can use this in February. It was last year's February. It's easy to line up things in our gratitude list, like a string of pearls, as time sails along with us and we sail along with time. I'm grateful for this, and this, and this, and this. So she's talking about everything she's grateful for. I love that picture. Oh, do I need to bring it down? Do I need to zoom in? Let me zoom in a little more. This phone. How the phone give you a ride. Give you a ride at evening tide was the day, word of the day was eventide. Okay, so when I take apart these magazines, and I was sitting out there doing that yesterday, which is still Muse Day, because it's still Monday with me, because I didn't get any sleep last night. I just tear the magazine pages. I think I got this from Diane Fago, who does a lot of deconstructing of magazines. You don't look at the pictures, you just go through and loosen up all those pages. Well, you might notice some good things, but I'm not going to stop and read. I want to get them apart. Oh, look at all the little dog charms. Cast iron kitchen, keeping in touch. My mother and Bob. All right, Mary, stop reading. I like all these little short stories that people send in. They do a good job on that, because there's a lot of people who can write, but they're not published authors like New York bestsellers, but they have a talent, and they write all these things into a magazine, and they're fun reading. And there's a business card, or a subscription card. And just keep tearing till I get to the end. Usually I do this while I'm sitting down. Look. Organic food storage. Look at all the spoons. They're telling you what the options are for hot and creamy cereal. Option number 1, $1.98. Is that $1.98 or $1.98? Has to be $1.98. Look at these jars. Very cool jars on the shelf. 12 ways to hibernate for a deep reset before spring. That's what I need to do. If I could just fall asleep like a bear, my hibernation, I'm prowling around all night. Chicken skillet burritos. Ooh, those sound good. I'll have to look at those recipes. Ooh, look at those. Flank steak burritos. That don't look like flank steak, but they are burritos. That's the flank steak. What's this? Tortilla plates. Tortilla, however you pronounce it. Ice cream bowls. Making me hungry. Turkey, pineapple, and bacon wrap. Turkey and stuffing cabbage. Baked beans. And it gets thin enough here in a minute. I'm going to tear it out by section here. Maybe divide it in half and tear it this way. And then I take my scissors because I get all of this build up. And what I do is take my scissors and just cut down the margin. I don't do that with the whole magazine. You can, but I don't. I just wait till I get toward the end. And then I just trim this off right in the margin. It's not cutting anything. And then I can flop that over. And then I can, I think these are firewood storage. They're doing firewood storage. skillets. Recipes, what are they cooking? Olive breakfast muffins and savory feta cheese breakfast muffins. Breakfast must sound good about now. All right, this is my last page. And usually what I do on the last page is fold it in half. I like to get the side that I can read facing toward me. This side's upside down. That's pretty cool. Mason jars full of pickles. Fold it in half. And then I take these. And usually what I do with the front magazine, I don't cut it up right away. Because there'll be articles in here like this that I want to save. I call them full page pieces. And I'll just put them there. And then I start and look at what do I want off of here. Wild Woman. It's a wrap. What's on the back? Wild Bread. So really the only things I want off of here is Wild Woman. Let me throw this away. What time is it? 8:40. I've got 20 minutes. So let's cut Wild Woman off. That would almost go for K3N because she's doing a Brave Woman journal. Her slow journal is this kind of a pirate. She eco-dyed a picture and she turned out looking like a pirate lady. And I cut through Wild there. I don't think there's anything else on here. They got the index there, but I could save that honey thing, but no, it's getting, and on the back is an ad, so I'm tossing that. Go ahead, be old-fashioned. I've struggled for decades now with the fear of and resistance to change. And they give all these old-fashioned things. I am so happy you make a way for those like me who don't do all that cyber stuff. A slow poke check through the snail mail is just my speed. So I might save these. I'm going to put it on the save page. I'll go back and cut them out. Look, there's a typewriter there. Over here is a picture. I'll decide which I want. But I'm kind of looking for stuff right now that's easy to cut. Do I want anything on this? Red Dragon maybe would be good for 2024. Red Dragon for 2024. If I'm putting any, I don't really have a journal for 2024, but I'm going to cut out Red Dragon. And I could save out the shoes. But I'm not going to. I got enough shoes. And what I do with these little things that I cut out, I'm going to sneeze. Excuse me. When I cut things out, of course I sneeze into my hand and I've got to sanitize my hands. When I cut these out, I flip it in this back folder that I folded in half. And I got 2 or 3 of these that are probably out at my recliner. That's what I was looking for. So Restore Your Skin. Farm Girl Finds. Yarn Club. This looks like a mop. I don't see anything on here. This is kind of cute. I might save that picture there. I might find a use for that little girl. Looks like she's, I'm not sure what she's doing. Who says mealtime is for babies and toddlers is only about food? The new mini-wear. Looks like she's cooking. Let me cut this out. Little toddler doing her cooking. Might find a use for that picture. I'm going to throw the rest. Sure wish I could find my sandpaper. Is that it? Is that it? No, it's a calendar. I did something with it. All right. So I don't want any knives, but look at the pictures over here. Farm girl expressions. Well, build a book nook. That's kind of interesting. Build a book nook. Do you guys have a book nook? My book nook is my recliner. A devoted bookworms know that reading a really good story feels like stepping into another world. I don't know about that. I mean, I agree with that. I'm not sure that I would step into that unless it had my recliner. I don't see anything on there, but, and this is an ad. Now, what I do like here, sometimes I like to clip the articles, like I found that one about PT plants I'm going to try to plant. But I like these little illustrations here. So I'm going to take these. They're cute little illustrations. And I can use them as stickers on in my little writing journal or on my junk journals. Just glue them onto a corner of the page, and I'll fussy cut them later. And this down here is a plant, but what are they talking about on the page? Holiday tipping and gifting, where are all the bees? Yeah, they're talking about honeybees. Where have all the bees gone? Gone to graveyards, everyone. That's the 1960s. Where have all the young men gone? You guys remember that song? Excuse me. I sneezed. What's this? With bells. I think those are jingle bells. Virtual volunteering. The most precious thing I have to give is my time. So I'm going to cut that quote, but I always check to see what's on the back. They're talking about herbal cocktails for winter celebrations. Spiked vanilla and bean cocoa. Chai, snow punch. Orange spice, Manhattan. Cardamom, ylang. I think I'm just going to take that. What did I want? What did I want? Oh, that little quote. The most precious thing I have to give is my time. I'm going to put that with an old clock. Fill your vault with Morgan silver bars. And defrost, frosty decor. Defrosting the windows. This is all about gifting. I'm not seeing a whole lot yet that calls my attention. I think my attention is very distracted because I can't find my sandpaper. I'm mad that I can't find it because I wanted to work on that journal cover. All right, let's see what we got. A little dog there. Cast iron kitchen. Not calling these candles though. I like those candles. They're talking about getting published. We're back into the stories. The year-end wrap-up. Just looking at photos. But I like these candles, so I'm just gonna cut around it, and I'll cut it nice when I use it. I just want to get it out of the magazine and move on. And you guys have seen people do this before. This isn't anything earth-shattering or new. Look at how a single candle can both defy and define the darkness. It's gonna define the darkness and defy it. Let's cut that quote out too. Put that over there. And cast iron kitchen. My Mother and Bob. That's a wrap. I like this kind of a poster. Now this is all stuff I'd use in my own art. This isn't anything that I would, you know, for my art journaling, for glue books, for cards or tags or something like that. I like this poster. I think it's a poster. It says Magician, the Art of Magic. We'll take that. And I've already read most of this. You go through and you read the magazine before you tear it up. But I like to read it. Well, here's a book unboxing day. Girl on a bicycle. Wrapped in love. Now, Letting Go. I like that picture. What's on the back? Ooh, that's pretty too. It's all about hands. When I can't decide, I put it there. Because I like the hands and I like the word, but I like the house. I actually think I like the hands better than the house because I can get other houses. But I like this whole thing, so I'm going to put it there. The Day I Beat My Sister to the Grave. Yeah. The story goes, she attended her sister's funeral and fell into her grave. I read that. It was funny. Seasons on the Farm. That's kind of cute, but it's not anything I want right now. It's a wrap. They're talking about wrapping gifts there. Calling all writers. I always save this little typewriter when they call all their writers. They always put a little typewriter down there. I love the vintage typewriters. And here they're having a call for people that like to write. And over here, 10 foods to avoid. It's a beautiful time in the agrihood. The business card. This is how I go through these magazines. Here we're talking about free range on the farm, a powerful feature, take a nap. Oh, this would be good for Angie. Wishing you could indulge in a little winter hibernation? Here's a great excuse to grab a periodic power nap. Napping is great. We'll cut that out. Maybe we'll do an Angie nap page. Take your Angie naps. All right. Hard to find. Folk art school. There's a bottle. Time to feed your trees. I got some of this stuff. I'm not convinced that I'm using it right. There's 4 pages of ad on that chicken soup for the soil stuff. This looks interesting. All these spoons with organic food storage. I'm going to save it. I don't want to read it all now. 5 ways to decrease the microplastics in your body. Yeah. Why did they give us microplastics? I kind of like that picture of bowls. I kind of like that. 12 ways to hibernate now before a reset. I'm going to say that. That's all about napping. I'm debating. I'm going to put this over here while I'm debating. 7 wonders. Where's my other wonders? Did I fold it up over here? Yeah. 7 wonders. Out of the box wraps. I think they're talking about wrapping gifts. Hanky cards. Furshuki combine an ancient Japanese folding technique with any farm girl fabrics. Tote bags. Tisket, a tasket, a basket, reuse it, and jar it up. They're talking about ways to wrap stuff. And I think I wanted this because of the napping, but look at this picture. I kind of like that. They're talking about a food wrap. And this is flour, how to make flour tortillas. I'm going to save that too. I'm not so keen on the burritos, the chicken burritos. Chicken fajitas. Here, the steak burritos look good though. I can't have that much red meat. Tortilla plates. Ice cream bowls. Hey, they make those pictures look yummy. Breakfast burritos. Turkey and pineapple wraps. We're in the food section. Spinach and parsley. If you guys like cooking, now that's something I don't savor a lot of recipes. Pumpkin crepes. Those sound good, but we don't really eat a lot of pumpkin. Roasted veggie pockets. Now that sounds good. That looks good. That's something I would eat for lunch. Veggie pockets. Turkey stuffing and cabbage rolls. Tips for cooking with dried beans. Spicy bean chili. Who wrote the first novel? That's interesting. See, there's a question. There's one of those questions. Of course, that's a who, what, when, where, why if you were mind mapping. But that might be a question I might just put in my questions tab. You know, a question. And the Smithsonian used to have questions at the back of their articles too. But I'm going to save this, and I might put it in my Society of Idea Collector as who wrote the first novel. I'm not going to read it, but I'm going to save it. And over here we have Trailblazing Women. I'm not sure that's anything I want to cut up. Plant Ladies. Anna Atkins. Marianne North. What happened to my stream? I went into an ad. So I like all this. I'm going to save these back. See, this is stuff that I'm going pretty fast here. So I want to think about this. I love that clock, but look what's on the back. Alice Eastwood and Mary Oliver. I love that clock. I love that. I might cut that out. Here's the book club stuff. Do Your Eyes Light Up? Young cultivator for badges for the young girls. I don't think there's anything on here that I want. Although what they're doing here is making a toolbox and lighting up their jeans. Bling on the jeans. Projects for young girls. I don't know if I want that though. What's over here? Word fun. Word fun. Rosetta. The lines on the inside of your wrist. The lines on the inside of your wrist. Was that this? What is she pointing to? I don't know if that's it. Phosphorus. Phosphenes. The lights you see when you close your eyes and press your hands down to them. I've been doing a lot of that lately. I'll save the words. Whole bunch of words. We'll come back to those. The Cowboy Life. Now we're getting into, see, all these cool pictures that I'd cut out, but I turn it over. Gift journals. Look, there's a whole article. Now this will absolutely go in my Society of Idea Collector. They got this cool article on gift journals where they've shown how to bind them out of old books. And they're showing the steps here. We know all that. So that'll be a save. I'm saving a lot out of this magazine. Mostly because I'm doing it in front of you guys. And I don't want to make decisions that I'll regret. I don't think I want anything here. Drop cloth slip covers. And pillowcases. And now here I might. Gift buckets. We were talking about gift baskets. There's gift buckets. They're talking about making some gift buckets for farm girls. Gardener bucket. That's a unique take on it. Here's a wood, looks like a, well, it's a belt with all the tools in it. Bucket list bucket. A bucket list bucket. Oh, look at all these. These are cool. Oh, there's another save article. What's over here? Looks like they're knitting. Several years ago, let's see. What did that go to? This one. Knitting for a cause. But that's on the back of the bucket list. And I've seen a lot of knitting stuff before. And see what they do? They have this really cool picture here of ladies knitting. And then over here, what do? If you truly love nature, you will find beauty everywhere. That quote. And I don't think I can save it because it comes down to there. But I might be able to. Let's see, how far over does it go? I could get 2 ladies off there. I could just about get her off if I save out that quote. And the rest of that, I'll lose. So let's do that. This, I don't care so much. I love the quote. I love this, but if I have to pick and choose, I'm going to cut here. Did I get it? Yeah. And I want this quote. If you truly see, this could go in the quotes. Go under nature. If you truly love nature, you will find beauty everywhere. I'm going to lose all of that, but I'm going to save these. I love these vintage ladies that they put in here. So I'm going to save those. And of course, there's knitting needle. It looks like they're knitting with crochet threads. I guess I could save that for, I don't knit. Or I beginner knit. I have knitted, but I don't do it as a regular thing. It's not a part of my Society of Idea Collector. I'm just about done here. A few more pages. What time is it? 9:02. I quit. I just got a few pages left. But I take all of these little things, and I don't have so much this time. Usually I have more, but I saved off a lot. And I just put them in between here, and then I'll go through and I'll put them on little journaling cards like this. So that's where I'm headed with this. So it's after 9. I've been chattering all morning about Society of Idea Collectors and trying to find my sandpaper and all of that. Thank you all for bearing with me, and just thank you. Thank you so much for everything. And I will see you Thursday morning. I probably will not. Sometimes I stream on Wednesday mornings, but I probably will not because I've been up all night. Maybe I'll get some sleep tonight. Kathy Berg and Colleen are probably on for 3 minutes here. I'm cutting into their time. I've got to say goodbye. So have a really good day, and I will see you Thursday morning at 6 o'clock. Bye, everybody.